shit. I'm an idiot. God damn it. I forgot to post. Shit, I forgot to freaking post on the Slints to Slam. Whatever. Just put it in my other story. Oh crap. Jesus Christ. Instagram, sorry. Alright. Gotta love it. As soon as you open it, fucking psychotic shit. What's up, guys? First time listening all the time. Any live stream of any YouTuber. Well, I appreciate that, Michelle. It's good to see you. Oh, man. So many scary Mexican stories. Yeah, are you from El Mexico? El Mexicando. Here's some shit. I don't even know what that says. Some brouhahas. I invited my friend to Washington to the live. We might see a new game and new name in chat today. Oh, nice. Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little distracted today. I'm like so far behind. Well, you know, there really is no such thing as being behind, right? It's just a constant state of let's go, baby. Listen to your podcast every day, so it's a trip to hear you live. Love the content. Keep up. Thank you, Grizzly. Hootie, thank you for the 5. Says, pumped to listen to my shift goes fast. Visiting PA tomorrow. Hey, nice. Well, welcome to the state. Glad to have you. Hopefully it's not too snowy. It was snowy today, and it was a little slippy on the roads, honestly. A little precarious. King, I love you so damn. Can you do like an audiobook sometime? Perhaps. Maybe sometime down the line. We will find some time for the audio bookage. And bassist 2022 with the 2 says, it's been a tough day. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Did I get a space heater this year? I didn't know. But it was pretty funny. I had somebody come look at this like gas fireplace because it's just been like weird, right? And like come to find out, like while they were taking a look at it, that because it has like a remote control for it or whatever, it turns out like the side on the receiver end that's not supposed to need batteries, just needed batteries. So that was kind of annoying to have to pay a house call for something like that when literally I could have just like changed the fucking AA's on it. Keep doing podcasts, man. I'll support you until the wheels fall off. I appreciate that a lot, honestly. And that's my plan, is just to keep running this shit till we are dead and gone. And then our AI voice will take over from there, or any progeny that we have. My cat will take over. Andrew Batts with the 2 says, how many scary woke, how about scary woke neighborhood? Yeah, I remember we had like some scary Karen style stories or whatever, which I guess was about as close to that as you can get. I try not to be like, you know, crazy politically oriented in the grifting sense on the channel, because I think there's crazy on all spectrums of the horseshoe. And maybe we all just arrive at the same spot. Bitcoin over 100,000. This is true. Play some RuneScape. Can someone tell me if that the Instagram story did actually go through? It's the Instagram is at letsread.official. Run out of ideas. We're back to, I don't know. We have a lot of stories from Mexico, so it's like sometimes you just kind of have to go based off of what is out and available to you when creating content. Hey, Polar Bear. AAA are the best. Te amo. Te amo. Hui. Hui. Yeah, you need to send some stories. Send them in, yep. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Oh, I didn't actually upload. Sorry. So dumb. You have to to upload something to Instagram. You have to sit there and wait for it to absorb it. I should have did it before I started, but it is what it is. It's going up now. At least those who don't normally get it. Anyways, how are you guys doing? What's new? What's new in the world? So easy to get distracted here. What should we talk about? Anything cool happening in life? Break core, scare stories, too many kicks. Yeah, I know. It is very kick heavy, but there's just something in the pre-stream stuff. If I were to put on ambient or something, I just can't get the energy's just not there. I need something fast energy. All right, there we go. Scary hospital, halfway house. Those will be interesting. I remember I did hospital stories in the past. College final scary stories. We do have last day of school stories recently. But the final stuff is pretty spooky. I hope you've been studying. You have a 15 or 20 minute read count. That's true, yeah. Usually, we changed it to 15. It used to be 20. But people said it was too long. And honestly, 15 is good. Let's see, what's the news today? Alright, news for today. Middle East conflict. An Israeli airstrike in tent camp in Gaza resulted in at least 21 deaths, 28 injuries. The Israeli military stated the targets was senior Hamas militants involved in terrorist activities. Alright, sure. The ongoing conflict, which began after Hamas' attack on southern Israel. South Korea political crisis. Oh yeah, this was really weird. President Yoon Suk Yeol faces potential impeachment following his brief imposition of martial law, which was quickly revoked amid widespread protests. Opposition leaders have condemned the move, likening it to a rebellion and expressing concerns about provoking North Korea. It's really strange. I didn't know that South Korea's political sort of landscape was so tumultuous. I really had no idea. I know they struggle with China and North Korea all the time, but I just always kind of assumed that they were something under control. But then you go back through the history of their leaders and it sounds like they all kind of were either locked up or killed. It's quite odd. I'm a huge inspiration. Thank you, my friend. What have we inspired you to do today? Did you know that the movie Scream made caller ID popular after its really? I didn't know it. I thought it was just kind of around during that time. What y'all from your cousin from Boston? Every time I have that commercial, I'm like, oh my god, I sound like it's your cousin from Boston. Hey, I can't even do it. I'm from fucking Boston, bro. Boston. Alright, business news. BlackRock's expansion. Alright, how exciting. Under CEO Larry Fink, BlackRock has pursued nearly $30 billion in acquisitions over the past year, positioning itself against private capital gains like Blackstone and KKR. Notable deals include the $12 billion acquisition of HPS Investment Partners and the $12.5 billion purchase of Global Infrastructure Partners, increasing BlackRock's assets in private capital to over $600 billion. Goddamn. What did I do today? Honestly, I tried to go to the gym today, but it was snowing and then I started driving down this one, not even super steep hill, but it was sort of an incline. And then up ahead, I saw cop lights just out of nowhere. So I kind of hit the brakes as people started to slow down pretty quick. And I started to, my brakes locked up and I started to skid. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be the next car crash. And thankfully I didn't. And at that point, I just used that as an excuse to say, fuck the gym. And I turned around and went home. But it did give me some time to put up some bonus content for you guys. I commissioned some music to be done, primarily for myself, but also for others. But I wanted to share it with you guys. It's in the bonus content playlist now. You met someone at your job called Pradeep. When they pronounce his name, it sounds that, yeah, his is Purdeep, like he purring deeply. It's kind of like a play on the Pradeep name. I was in your top podcast, listened to it. Nice. Yeah, they don't have like the time on it like some people's did in the past, which makes me kind of sad because I like seeing like all the different times, because some of them would add up to like it's just 365 days straight of listening. Hello, Fairy. What's up? Boom, boom. PlayStation's 30th anniversary. To celebrate the 30th anniversary, PlayStation released a special update for PS5 owners, featuring the original PS1 startup screen and music, along with 5 new themes representing each PlayStation generation. This nostalgic update is available for a limited time through Sony, though Sony has not specified an end date. Fans are petitioning for these features to become permanent. Palworld update issues. The survival crafting game Palworld encountered significant problems following its latest update, version 0.3.11. The update, which altered creature behaviors to differentiate them from Nintendo's Pokemon, appears to have been rushed, leading to game-breaking bugs. They may be linked to a pending lawsuit from Nintendo alleging patent infringement. Dude, that whole shit with the Nintendo is so fucked. Like, the fact that Nintendo goes after like YouTube channels that like use their music and things like that, or even whenever they like play their games in like the Let's Play format, it's so cringe. Like it's insane to me that you have this like lovey-dovey face of like this perfect Nintendo world, and then they're the most like predatory bullshit you've heard ever in the background, just trying to like bring down anybody that like is able to scoop even like a few dollars from them. And the Palworld thing is ridiculous because it's just like building off of ideas, you know what I mean? Like a monster gatherer, monster trainer type game, whatever you want to call it. It's like Pokemon stole their ideas from someone before them. I mean, that's the entire purpose of life, is to build upon the ideas of the giants that came before you. It's ridiculous. The best voice and narration been a fan since, I want to say 2018. Thank you. Appreciate that. In the middle of the mountains, unpaved roads, types of town, where not even Spanish is spoken. What are you talking about? It's being a snow like a mofo. Yeah. It's coming down. Winter is her. Premier League highlights. I don't really care about. Okay, holiday events. Coca-Cola Christmas Truck Tour. Oh, you guys been waiting for this one. The iconic Coca-Cola Christmas truck continues its festive tour across the UK and Ireland, recently stopping at Ash Tree Farm in Ashton under Lyme. The tour transforms each location into a winter wonderland, with upcoming stops planned in Cork and Limerick. The schedule is confirmed only a few days in advance, and fans can follow updates on the Coca-Cola Christmas Truck live blog. How fucking exciting is that? All of the UK has never come together more strong than now.
When it feels like we are clouds caught in heavy, stormy weather.
Am I traveling this winter? I am not. What will I do for Christmas? Honestly, just chilling with family, chilling with the fam and the club. Really nothing too exciting. Jay, you're pregnant. Let's go, dude. Congratulations. Gonna have a babby. That's a new life, isn't it? Do you already have kids? I already googled when the days will start getting longer again. Can't take the 420 dark. It is a bit, it feels like it's like almost like darker earlier than previously. I remember like 5 o'clock ever since I was a kid. I always associated with winter dark, but now it's like the 4 o'clock dark just feels odd. Rachel Renecki, welcome back for a whole year. Thank you for a whole year. Happy anniversary to you. Thank you so much. If you do have access to bonus content, there is some new bonus content out now. Some music. Snow, you'll appreciate that. We got some music in there you can listen to. You can tell me what you think. Being one of the many in-house musicians. And Batsy Girl, thank you for the gift or two. Oakley Thigpen, appreciate you. Alright guys, I guess we're gonna kick this off. We're gonna get into it. Alright. Let's see. Wonder if we can even change the song. I should have did that beforehand. I think this is fine, to be honest with you. Still sounds like we're underwater, but it works, to be honest. Alright guys, scary Mexican stories here. We're gonna start with one thing. I don't know why. Doesn't even matter how hard I try. Oh, wait, shit. Is my internet fucked? No. Wait a second. Oh, there we go. Thank God. I was having some issues with bringing up the stories and stuff. All right, Arturo. I gotta make sure I say these right. There might be a lot of me stopping and starting with the trying to find the pronunciations. So I hope you can ride with me. I feel like my internet's just like hard slow right now. I don't even know why. There it goes. Dude, I don't know. It's like super slow. Arturo. Do you have a drink, tea, or things for your voice? I got some water here. Normally I drink tea before I start, but I didn't make any today. I should have. I have no room on my desk, honestly. Hi, kitty cat. What's up? Pradeep just staring at me. He's like, what the hell's going on over there? All right. My name is Arturo, and last year, my sister and I... Okay, Pradeep's nails getting caught and stuff. Sorry. Last year, my sister and I and my nieces traveled to northern Mexico to seek asylum in the United States. The bus rumbled along the highway as we finally neared Matamoros. Matamoros. Okay, cool. The bus rumbled along the highway as we finally neared Matamoros. It had taken us months to get there from Honduras. All we wanted was safety, a chance to live without fear. It was just after 7... No jump scares in the chat, guys. Please be careful. Trigger warning prior to jump scares. It was just after 7:30 when it happened, when, out of nowhere, I heard the shots. And at first I didn't really understand. I thought the noise was firecrackers or something of that nature, and then I saw them. Trucks swarming around us, cutting us off from every direction. As we got closer, the sound of their gunfire was deafening, and panic spread like wildfire through the bus. As we got closer, the sound of their gunfire was deafening, and panic spread like wildfire through the bus. I held my breath as armed, masked men in military uniforms forced their way inside, and one of the men... Damn it, I'm not finding a rhythm right now. And one of the men yelled, "Identification," and everyone on the bus began searching for theirs. My heart pounded as I fumbled for my papers, praying that they wouldn't hurt anyone, but they weren't there to check IDs. They were hunting for us. They were hunting for migrants. They dragged me off the bus along with many others, including my niece, who cried as she was let off outside. Mexican cartels go after Honduran migrants because they're easy targets. Since migrants are often on the move without much protection, cartels take advantage by extorting them, forcing them to work, smuggling drugs, or pulling them into their operations. It's all about preying on people in a very tough spot. And after the men took us, they split us up. I was crammed into a truck with my niece and others, while my sister and her older daughter were shoved into another vehicle. I couldn't even process what was happening. All I could think about was staying alive. For 4 days, we were held captive. The kidnappers took my phone, my cash, even my shoes. They shoved us into a ranch house so packed with other migrants that sometimes there wasn't even space to sit down. We didn't have any food or water, and rats and cockroaches crawled all around us, and every moment stretched on endlessly. For my sister, her situation was even worse. Her youngest daughter had been separated from her, and the kidnappers threatened her life in order to intimidate her. They called our family back in Honduras, demanding thousands of dollars in ransom. "Pay, or you'll never see her again," I remember them saying. My sister told me later how helpless she felt. She couldn't stop imagining the worst. Her little girl terrified, alone, or worse. Back in Honduras, our relatives scrambled to gather money. My brother-in-law organized the quick sale of his and my sister's house, but they also had to borrow from people. Hey! Oh shit, 10. Holy crap. BTM Reviews, thank you for the 10. Gifters, 2. Jorge. Carlita. Mischievous Frog. Level 20 Mudkip. Call Me Carter. Jeff Gabberflast. Heather Hapgood. Ryan Brown. Athena K. And Luyanda. Thank you so much. 10 is huge. Really appreciate that, guys. Be sure to thank BTM Reviews for the very kind gift. You guys now have access to bonus content in the bonus content playlist. You can check out the new stuff, check out the old stuff. You can binge, listen. You got a month to do so before it goes away. Joe, I don't sleep when you don't read. Please don't be gone for days. I don't sleep for days. I don't think I've ever really been gone for days. I always upload every Monday and every Thursday. That's my upload schedule for a while now, and before that it was like every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I usually don't ever miss a day. My brother-in-law organized the quick sale of his and my sister's house, but they also had to borrow from people to raise the full ransom amount. The kidnappers wanted the money sent to bank accounts that we later realized were in Peru, and in the end, we paid them about $7,000 USD. On the 5th day, our kidnappers loaded all of us back onto a bus, and I didn't know what was happening, and I was convinced that they were going to kill us and dump us somewhere. Instead, they drove us to a parking lot near the border and left us there, and I remember one of them saying, "Wait here, they'll come for you." And then after that, they drove off and disappeared. Around 10 minutes later, the authorities arrived. Fuck, my voice is kind of fucked. I should have drank the tea, man. Sweet. Sweet. Oh, we're already at 300 people. Welcome, my friends. Click that like button. Click share. I do need the bourbon. That always helps the throat, doesn't it? It soothes all ailments. Is it illegal to stream this on the same Wi-Fi on 4 different devices, like you stream from each account? Is that what you're doing? We're inflating the numbers, pumping the numbers up, rookie style. Because those are rookie numbers, we need to get them up. I mean, I don't run any ads on the streams, so it's not like we're like bot farming the way some Twitch things do. I remember one of them saying, "Wait here, they'll come for you." And then after that, they drove off and disappeared. Around 10 minutes later, the authorities arrived, and they told us later that they had found us after an anonymous call, and they also said that the massive manhunt launched after our kidnapping forced the captors to release us. Even as we were freed, I couldn't stop thinking about the others. The ranch where I was held still had dozens of migrants crammed inside. In my nightmares, I can still hear their voices and their cries. And now me, my sister, and my nieces are safe in the United States, but that fear still lingers on. We fled Honduras to escape danger, only to face something just as terrible on the journey. All we wanted was a chance to live without fear, and yet, for so many like us, that dream remains just out of reach. That is kind of crazy, just how vulnerable the people that try to make the journey up or whatever, in earnest, I don't know. The cartel's pretty fucked up. I sometimes kind of wonder, like, when you look at the cartel and what they do with, like, the ransoms, and I mean, I guess some of them have, like, some loose associations with Santa Maria, not, like, super frequently, but I mean, just how diabolical some of the things that they do, stuffing bodies into, I remember, like, it was like barrels where they would just, like, decompose the bodies in these, like, mass, like, traffic barrels, and then, like, cutting their heads off on, like, camera, their faces and whatever, sending it to their families. It's like, or Santa Muerte, is that what it was? But yeah, it just sounds very similar to, like, something you would hear from, like, ISIS and that kind of thing. Cartels are rife. That's scary. And it's just crazy to think, like, imagine that. Imagine, like, holding someone, like, hostage, and, like, and then potentially killing them just for $7,000. Like, that's just, I don't know. It's just wild what people will do for, I mean, I guess that money goes pretty far down there perhaps, but just crazy. The corruption in Central America makes it super hard. I lived in South America a few years. Great people, corrupt governments, dangerous gangs. Yeah, it does sound like everywhere. Central America, South America, just endless corruption no matter where you go. It's kind of crazy sometimes when you see the United States. It's not that the United States isn't corrupt, but they certainly hide it a lot better than others. What's this? Los Cabos. Oh, Los Cabos. Alright. I just got back from a family vacation in Los Cabos, Mexico. We stayed in a beautiful western resort that overlooked the ocean, the kind of place where the sunsets are straight out of a postcard. And my family had a routine. By around 9:30, everyone would head back to their rooms to wind down for the night. My parents' vacations have always been all about relaxation, and my older brother, who was working remotely during the trip, only ever just wanted to chill and get dinner by the end of his working day. But then, being a single guy in his early 20s, the appeal of having the bedtime of a retirement home was, and is, completely lost on me. I wanted to explore the nightlife, have some drinks, and meet new people. Because he had to work, my brother, who was usually my wingman on trips like that, was on his best behavior, so I decided to venture out on my own. There was a bar around the corner from our hotel that looked pretty cool, so on the second night, I ended up walking over there once my family had retired to their rooms. And that's where I befriended some of the locals and met Lance, a guy a few years older than me from San Diego who was in town for a cousin's wedding. Lance seemed like a pretty cool guy, and we were both into college football, so that gave us a lot to talk about right away. After our first night hanging out, we made it a nightly thing. I'd wait until my family went to bed, then I'd meet up with Lance and whoever else he was with for beers and some other things. And then, on the third night of our trip, Lance invited me to join him and his friends in downtown. The Venezuela gangs are slowly taking over. They have moved into Nashville 35 minutes from me and are trafficking. It's scary that they're so close. Really? Like Nashville, Tennessee? Venezuelan gangs in the United States and trafficking people. That's fucking insane, dude. How is that not like immediately cracked down upon? Huh. Weird. Coke Tua. Cartels also have tunnels. Many, many tunnels. Fine as wine, I never saw you, but you're hot. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Narco subs. Ahab. Ahaba. Who's the Ahab? Is that? It's a new lingo. Some city leaders don't do anything. It is strange. Why not fight back? I mean, if your people are in danger, I feel like there's really nothing political there when it comes to like shutting down gangs, unless they just get paid off or threatened or something of that nature. But it's just weird. The cartels are focusing on Indian reservations right now because they require the FBI. Local non-tribal police have no jurisdiction. Oh my god, dude, that's a story that you probably wouldn't hear about. Trafficking Indian reservation girls because they operate on their own law. That's insane. That's terrifying. Local res popo have no resource. FBI has very little care. Right, yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it's insane. Yeah, I feel like the res people would have to really, really crack down in some sort of violent way or something to scare them off. Otherwise, you're never going to hear about it. It's not just Indian res girls, it's just humans in general. Normal police can't do anything on res grounds, and the tribal police are limited. Crazy. Then, on the third night of the trip, Lance invited me to join him and his friends in downtown Los Cabos for some big party they'd been invited to. I had to turn him down because I'd promised my mom and dad that I'd do this thing with them the next morning, and I didn't want to show up looking like a tub of crap. But I did so very reluctantly because the party was supposedly going to be off the chain. And the next morning, I woke up early and did the thing with my parents. We get along well, so it was fun, but there was still the thought in the back of my mind, something like, damn, that party must have been something. But then that night, Lance invited me to a massive mansion him and his group had rented on... Airbnb. It looked like something out of Pablo Escobar. My mom is full-blood Navajo and grew up on the res. I go there every summer. It's in Arizona. It's a completely different world, like going back in time. I love it. Yeah, do you hear about people, like, getting trafficked out of there by gangs from Central America or South America? We're all fam on the res. The residential. It looked like something out of a Pablo Escobar movie, with infinity pools and sleek white decor. But when I got there, he told me something that sent a chill down my spine. Man, it's probably a good thing that you didn't come out to the party last night, he said. It got pretty scary. He then proceeded to explain what had happened. The night before, one of his buddies was acting drunk and careless and went to take a piss outside some club that they were at because there was a wait for the bathrooms. He's then on his way back inside when a man approached him and offered him a bump of yayo on a key. And without thinking, his buddy snorted it. But that's when the situation took a very dark turn. The man, who appeared friendly at first, suddenly demanded that he buy the entire bag for about $100, and Lance's friend refused, getting aggressive and belligerent, and things escalated quickly. The man started saying how he worked with the cartel, and then started following Lance's group from bar to bar. Lance said that they didn't think too much of it at first, but then the guy started snapping photos of them and making some phone calls. And before long, there were several other men tailing them, and their threats became more and more direct, and at one point, the guy told them in English, if he doesn't pay, we're going to kidnap him and hang him from a bridge. Then later, as they were walking to another bar, one of the men following lifted his shirt to reveal a 9mm pistol tucked in his waistband. Lance told me that he had no choice but to step in. He approached the men and tried to de-escalate the situation, keeping calm even... The title made you go racist for a moment? What do you mean? You missed me? Thank you. It's good to see you. Always pay for strange. You dude here, I no feared anything. That's good. Fearless is the only way you can live life successfully. He approached the men and tried to de-escalate the situation, keeping calm even as they insisted his friend had stolen from them and would pay with his life. Eventually, Lance offered to take them to an ATM and pay $160 out of his own pocket just to end this whole ordeal, and the men handed him an empty bag as if it were some kind of receipt and then disappeared into the night. But it didn't end there. Later that same night, Lance was walking back when a woman came up to him, flirted briefly, and then yanked his $200 chain clean off of his neck after pointing a gun directly in his face. And he was stunned, and said that he just stood there as the girl disappeared into the crowd. And the worst part, his friend and the same guy who started the whole mess refused to take any responsibility. He didn't apologize or even offer to split the $160 Lance had paid to save him. Instead, he had the nerve to blame Lance for getting involved. When Lance finished telling me the story, I was pretty speechless, and it was hard to believe how much he'd gone through in one night, all because he was trying to do the right thing. And I told him straight up that I was relieved that I hadn't made it out that night. Who knows how much worse things could have gotten. And the whole experience was a true wake-up call for me. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that you should never accept free drugs from strangers, as it's never free. It always comes with a price, and sometimes that price is your safety or even your life. On the res, I was more afraid of being abducted by UFOs than people, though. People are far and few between, but I've seen some crazy lights and heard some very unexplainable noises. That is strange sometimes, that like those extraterrestrial type things seem to occur. Like just like weird spiritual encounters as well. It seems like there's some sort of overlap between like the spiritual realm and like the UFO concepts. I don't really get it per se, because you think UFOs, you think like deep within space or whatever, some sort of little green man or little gray man. But yeah, I don't know. Where would you want to go if you could travel? Me, to be honest, would go to Mexico. I went to Cancun. It was so beautiful. We went for an all-inclusive resort, and they had weed vendors in the streets. Yeah, my friends, I think they went to Cancun, seemed to really enjoy it. But obviously there are places you got to be careful you don't get led somewhere or led astray and get stabbed. There's a unified theory of paranormal where it's all electromagnetic energy and your brain is choosing an interpretation. Oh, interesting. Would it then therefore be still... Oh, it's just electromagnetic energy as a whole. Interesting. Yeah, because I guess we don't necessarily have any direct proof that the beings would be, cosmic or anything. But yeah, maybe it is like an extra dimensional thing, and like whatever it is that we perceive as like alien greys and all of their UFOs are actually just like interdimensional beings that are also interpreted as spiritual as well. And that's what the crossover is. I don't know. That's weird too, because it kind of makes you wonder if that's what well, no, I guess it doesn't make any sense, but like radioactivity, because you always hear like where there's crop circles with people, I don't know, act like UFOs are landing. There's like radioactivity there or anything. Has anyone in the public ever recognized my voice? They have not, no. You're talking about the spiritual question. Constantly ask myself, yes, it's about vibrations. Yeah, I don't know. I went to a Friendsgiving, and my one buddy brought his girlfriend, and she was really into like the crystals and the vibrations and all that stuff, and then my other buddy was really into that as well, but I don't quite understand any of it, really get into it, but it's, people talk about vibrations and chakras and new age shit, and I just, my brain kind of clocks out at that point. David, thank you for the 2, appreciate you. Good to see you as always. You know one thing all those crop circles have in common, what's that? And Judith, welcome back for 53 months. Says, Joel, can we get a buttersuck emoji behind her name once we reach 5 years? Please, pretty please. You absolutely can, yeah. In fact, let's see. 5 years in months. Oh yeah, 60 months, duh. Someone has reached that, I think. I'm fairly certain. But yeah, Judith, do you want to decide what the emoji will be and we'll just make it? It's similar to the effects of the brown note, yeah. If you ever step inside of a crop circle, you will shit your pants. It's guaranteed. The Egyptians believed that the pyramids put them in contact with aliens through vibrations. Is that what they believe, though? I'm curious. Do we actually know what the Egyptians were into? Do you even have to add a monster to a Mexican horror story? I don't know. These ones haven't had a monster yet, just scary cartel monsters. What's up, Mike, dude? How we doing? Alright. But the theories that they were built with the help of sound vibrations. Yeah, I have no idea. I remember hearing, vibrations to cut the rocks, very precise, which is pretty sick. Makes me wonder if we could get back there, but I guess at the same time, I'm sure science and would all, for as crazy as funding is now, you know what I mean? If there's any sort of crazy groundbreaking thing where we truly could take ET home or whatever with the technology we have, we would just never hear about it. What's up, Mel? What's up, Sarah? Mexican stories. Yeah, why is that? I don't understand why someone said that too. It's a bad thing. I mean, if there's American stories, there's American stories, Venezuelan stories, Afghanistan story. I don't really get it. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Dumb people think Mexican is an insult. How would that be an insult, though? If someone is from Mexico, they would be Mexican. I don't get it. I feel like I've seen an Office episode that didn't Office talk about that or something, where he's like, that's kind of offensive, and he's like, why would that be offensive, Michael? Let's just think of something else. Way back in the late spring of 2017, my family and I went on a vacation to Cancun, fulfilling a long-held dream of visiting Mexico. We were eager to experience the country's stunning landscapes and rich history, vibrant culture, and, of course, its incredible food. While much of our trip was as magical as we'd hoped, one incident on our first day left a deep and lasting scar on our memories of the place. We'd planned a visit to the iconic, I can't say this, how do you say it, Chichen Itza pyramids. The Chichen Marsala pyramids. Oh, there it is, sweet. Chichen Itza. Chichen Itza. Okay, cool. Chichen Itza. Thank you, thank you. Political correctness is a mind rot. Got people focused on too much of parsing words. Yeah, I don't know. People are obsessed with words. Like, I've always found it weird. Like, people, like, especially within that sort of, like, political spectrum of things, the political correct people, like, they tend to be, like, really okay with strange things, you know what I mean, that would in and of itself seem more abrasive, like gratuitous violence or sexualization, or more sexual extreme stuff. But then for some reason words are like the scariest thing in the world, and I find that like such a strange thing to kind of like dance around in one's mind to try to like make it make sense. Creepiest story I've ever gotten? Probably this one we're about to read right now. It's gonna be nuts, dude. A coworker once told me in a conversation, well, you're, looks around. Mexican? Yeah, that's what I am. That's correct. So I don't know what the issue is. I don't know, man. People just, I don't know. They get so caught in their head about the most pointless shit. How do you say this again? Chichen Itza. Okay, cool. We plan to visit to the iconic Chichen Itza pyramids, a must-see landmark that's a bit of a drive from Cancun's bustling hotel zone. And to make the journey easier, we rented a car, relying on Google Maps to guide us. The drive started early in the morning, and the route took us down a long, very isolated road. At first, nothing seemed unusual. It was quiet and serene, with the sunrise casting a golden glow over the landscape. But as we continued, our day took a dark turn. Out of nowhere, a group of men in uniforms flagged us down. They were federal police officers, clearly identifiable by their uniforms with Yucatan and... Yucatan? You have all the words. Yeah, I was trying to think of like a new word that maybe I could only get offended by and no one else could get offended by, and then I would feel like really cool about it whenever I get mad about it. What would it be? It would be like sklormixatia. So do not type that in chat unless you want to reap the wrath that is my complaining. Yucatan. Yucatan. Okay, that's where we're going. Yucatan. Peaches. Yeah. Peaches too. Don't even think about saying that one. If you say that word, it's kind of like that's also like the brown note. Maybe that's why people get offended by words. It's like it literally is like their brain's brown note, where they hear it and it makes they shit their pants. And honestly, if I had to hear a word that made me poop myself, I wouldn't be stoked about it. You know what I mean? Do I have a favorite MLB team? I actually don't watch baseball. I played baseball when I was younger, but I genuinely was very bored while playing baseball. And I felt bad for like my parents having to come and watch the game. And eventually my dad was like, dude, I can't come watch this shit. This is so boring. And I'm like, that's fine. That's totally... And the season went on so long, bro. Like, the season would go on so long. Like, well into the... You're like, want to enjoy your summer, and you still got to go there and throw a ball and then hit a ball and then play a tournament. You know, it's just such a fucking waste of time. They were federal police officers clearly identifiable by their uniforms with Yucatan insignia. I gotta say it real official. Yucatan insignias. Chichen Itza. Okay. They were federal police officers, clearly identifiable by their uniforms with Yucatan insignias. Since Chichen Itza is in the neighboring state of Yucatan, we assumed that this might be a checkpoint near the state border. However, things quickly became unsettling. The officers informed us that everyone in the car should have been wearing seatbelts. In Colombia, where we're from, it's typically only for the driver and front passenger to buckle up, so we hadn't realized that we were really breaking any rules. They said the violation would result in a fine, but the conversation soon shifted into a very disturbing direction. They asked us where we were from, and when we answered Colombia, their demeanor turned hostile. They ordered my father out of the car and led him to a spot out of our sight. At the same time, they made derogatory remarks about Colombians, calling us criminals and claiming we were responsible for many of the crimes in Yucatan. The hostility. Honestly, love baseball, though not as much as hockey. My favorite team is Toronto Blue Jays. Nice, dude. It's pronounced Yucatan. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely think hockey is much more exciting than baseball. I just, it's two of those sports I just never really get a chance to watch ever. And yeah, sadly, it's not to put down baseball or anything like that. It's just like I try to watch it and I'm like, even having played the game, I'm just not into it. Yeah, sitting by like a raging fireplace with a spacesuit on. I'm trying to test the limits of environmental hazards. Blazing fireplaces and hot tubs is the best way to do it, and honestly, I feel quite cool and comfortable. Also, it was really funny, the last video, I was kind of surprised at how many so like I don't know if you guys remember, I did an animation in the most recent like Reddit video, and I was just kind of like taken aback by how many people were like, what the fuck were those sound effects, dude? Like, never do that again or something. And I was just like so confused, where it's like you can take the time to come to the comment section to write out what the hell were those sound effects, but then like not realize that there's an animation on screen, and I get it, like some people might just play the video and then immediately just like lay down or some shit like that, but I'm just surprised if you had the time to go like leave a comment that you wouldn't have noticed that there's an animated, fucking claymation man on screen getting his face bashed in. But yeah, I guess in the future, if I ever do animation stuff, we'll just have to like limit any sort of sound effects or make it like a lot more subtle, because the last one did have a lot of like higher end stuff. Holy crap, dude! I like clipped Pradeep's nails like not that long ago, and anytime he moves, you can hear him like scratching. All right. The hostility in their tone and the fact that they were heavily armed sent a wave of panic through us. It didn't help that the road was completely deserted, except for a few passing cars that the officers ignored, with the isolation making our fears much worse. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours before my father returned. He looked shaken, but composed, and once we were back in the car and driving away, he explained what had happened. The officers had questioned him aggressively, asking who he was, what his job was, and whether anyone knew he was in Mexico. They let him go only after he gave them money, a bribe to avoid escalating the situation. As we continued our drive, an overwhelming thought lingered in the car. Those men could have harmed us or worse, and no one would have known. And the encounter felt far more sinister than a routine case of police corruption. Their threats and behaviors left us deeply unsettled and incredibly grateful that the situation hadn't turned out worse. Thankfully, the rest of our trip in Mexico was wonderful. We explored its beautiful sights, enjoyed its food, and met many warm and welcoming people. However, that bitter experience on the first day remains etched in our memory, a stark reminder of how quickly things can take a terrifying turn. Canada loves me. Thank you, Canada. Appreciate you. Stay safe out there. You've watched every single one of my videos. That's crazy. It is, yeah. I don't know. I was just like looking up on ChatGPT, and I saw, so like on the podcast side of things over the course, I can check right now, honestly, just out of, I get the numbers correctly. So on the podcast side of things, when I go to my statistics, my analytics, over the last 30 days, there was 842,000 listens, which is crazy. Like, that's really, really cool. And then when I asked, we're at 49.1 million all-time listens, which is crazy. It's almost at 50 million. Like, that'll be bonkers. And then whenever I looked up on ChatGPT, like where a podcast ranks that in 30 days, getting the 842K, they said that's in like the top 1% of podcasts, which is really cool because like sometimes you like, you compare yourself to like ones that just started that are popping off, or you compare yourself to like other ones. Everybody always looking to like Joe Rogan or something. But it is strange sometimes to realize like, holy shit, the Let's Read podcast is in the top 1% of podcasts. And like, I don't know, just, I appreciate that. Thank you for listening. Also, I got like a whiff of cigarettes. I don't even know why. It's pretty deep as smoking. Smoking a J. Take a bow. Thank you. There's a deep web horror story video of yours I can't find anymore. Still one of my all-time favorites. Hopefully I can find it sometime. I believe it's uploaded in 2016. That might have got moved over to bonus content. I remember I like did a deep web thing in bonus content a while ago. That one had gotten rid of or whatever, but there are some newer ones. If I do another deep web video, I definitely will avoid saying any sort of references to self-harm, because that got us screwed over last time. Do you have any YouTubers that you listen to, ones that do scary stories too? Not really, honestly. I don't really listen to a lot of like scary story, like stuff like my content, even though I do appreciate the work that those people similar to me do, and sometimes I'll listen to them for inspiration for stuff, but on like maybe different ways to like present content. But other than that, no. Your chakras are feeling supercharged. I shouldn't have wore this necklace today. Usually I keep it up my ass, but now it's around my neck, and you can smell the stink. I feel like I know you, bro. How long I've listened to you? At least 7 years. That is crazy. And yeah, I guess technically I might not know you guys, but, coming into the live streams, I do kind of like build some degree of, if you want, people say parasocial, is like kind of a thing, but I guess that is kind of true. But honestly, you guys, you guys keep me going. Appreciate that. Wanting to show my face, I just don't want to, It kind of started off as one of those things where people don't really do that within the narration community, and I was like, oh, that's fine with me. And then, you see people do face reveals and stuff, and it's like literally the least exciting thing you could do for the channel, honestly. So it's just like, what's the point at this point? Christmas plans, just chilling, getting presents. Does it bother you when people comment listening to you while editing stories for my channel? No, I mean, sometimes I see people comment that I can tell are just like channels that want to like drive people to their channel, but honestly, I don't really blame them. You know what I mean? If like, it's not like my channel is like massive or anything like that, but if it helps to like get a few clicks of people like being like, oh, what's this guy do? And they like it, then that's fine with me. I just hope they're not like like botting, getting all of their family and friends to like a comment so it always sits at the top or whatever, because that's kind of, it's kind of boring. Yeah, I'm the action. I am Rizzler. That's my face reveal. What do you call me? The Curator? Yeah, that's my first name. Joel Curator. This happened a couple of summers ago during a road trip my boyfriend and I took while vacationing in Mexico. We were driving along a remote rural road on the Yucatan Peninsula, far from the main highways after spending the morning exploring a cenote. Cenote? Kenote? What is that? What the hell is that? Do I wear glasses? I do not, no. I feel like I am going to have to eventually, because I'm noticing like at random times my like vision will feel like really blurry. Like it's really random. And I don't know if it's like from being tired or I don't know, usually I think it's like lack of sleep for sure, but it's like at times during the day when you wouldn't expect to have blurry vision, you're like looking at something, you're like, what the fuck am I looking at? Cenote, what is that? Natural sinkholes or pits that form when limestone bedrock collapses, exposing groundwater. Oh, that's cool. Cenote, yeah, thank you. Yeah, my prescription astronaut helmet. We were driving along a remote rural road on the Yucatan Peninsula, far from the main highways after spending the morning exploring a cenote. We were fairly familiar with the area, having visited the region a few times before, and typically the only people we'd see out there were locals in small pickups or the occasional tourists. That day was beautiful, sunny and warm and perfect for a road trip. We were cruising along when we spotted a man stepping out of the jungle and waving us down frantically. My boyfriend slowed the car and rolled down the window to see what was going on while I stayed in the passenger seat. And from the moment we stopped, I got a very odd vibe. The man looked to be in his late 40s or early 50s, but he was wearing clothes that didn't quite fit the weather. A heavy, dusty flannel skirt. A flannel skirt. Actually, it would be kind of sick. Finally watching a live recording, listening to 7 a.m. on my drive to work and 4 p.m. going home. Heck yeah, Lisa, thank you very much. Welcome. Yeah, for anybody new to the streams, yeah, we're just recording. That's why we're starting and stopping a lot. But it's good to have you. Heather, also from Nashville. Heather, do you also experience or hear about the cartels? I don't know, the Venezuelan cartel groups that are kidnapping people in that area? Can you confirm, were you kidnapped? Ugh. Nerdy couple reviews. Oh, nice. What are you guys reviewing lately? Do you still run that channel, or is that just your username? Oh, it is true, Heather? Uh-oh. Rutro Raggy. How come nobody's talking about that? Isn't that kind of strange? Like, that seems like kind of an important news story. Like, deep within the United States, people getting human trafficked, and the news is just like, yeah, don't even worry about that. It's not a big deal. The man looked to be in his late 40s or early 50s, but he was wearing clothes that didn't quite fit the weather. A heavy, dusty flannel shirt over khaki pants and scuffed boots. He was pale, clean-shaven with messy hair and glasses that magnified his intense gaze. And what stood out most, though, was how calm and almost mechanical he sounded when he explained his situation. In an accent that sounded European, he started explaining how his car battery had died, apparently because he'd been listening to the radio while fishing and asked if we could give him a jump start. Well, that sounded weird, kind of. in an accent that sounded European. He started explaining how his car battery had died, apparently because he... Oh, okay, my bad. Like, tried to cut that into two things. Listen to your back catalog every day at work on Apple Podcasts. Nice, thank you. Not so much on YouTube, but we've been reviewing a lot of Final Fantasy... Oh, the trading card game, just stuff we're into. Oh, that's cool. Have you played the new Pokemon? Isn't there like a Pokemon trading card? Like, is it a mobile game, or maybe it's on Steam or something? I heard something about that. What made you want to record stories? What got you into staying up late and reading stories? Just starting the channel years ago, I wanted to do YouTube, and this was just what seemed like I could do, at the time, because I didn't have like crazy skills on anything else, and I knew that I wasn't going to be like some H3 reaction type channel that was going to be like shit your pants hilarious or whatever. And I don't know, this just kind of made sense as far as making content goes. Isn't a flannel skirt like Scottish kilt? Oh, that's true, actually. That's kind of funny. I was like, I don't know if I could wear it, but now I can. With no undies. Did someone say H3? Yeah, back in the day when he did the comedy stuff, I just remember like thinking like, oh, maybe I could do, reaction style content, but that just didn't really work, and definitely didn't really work with the Let's Plays per se. But I feel bad for Ethan sometimes, honestly. Just like having to like constantly, like the only way that you can continue to grow, I guess, and maintain relevancy within that sort of, and not necessarily relevancy, but like those people, him and Hila have grown accustomed probably to like a ton of money. You know what I mean? They've grown accustomed to like huge amounts of just new fans and sponsorships and all that kind of stuff. So like the only way that you can continue to like stay up there, if you're not necessarily drawing a crowd from like your guests or your takes or whatever, is to like sort of exist within a constant swamp of drama. You know what I mean? I feel like that's got to get so exhausting to constantly be like, because in many ways, even though sometimes it seems like he's taking it very seriously and addressing the drama or whatever, it's like deep down that these people only do it because they know it's sort of like is content for it's red meat for their base, as they say. It's just, I don't know, it's attention, it's money, it's that translates, it's just, but it just seems exhausting. It seems like it really would suck your soul out after a while. I think you picked the perfect thing to do then. I can't picture your voice or anything else. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe Let's Plays, or I don't even fucking know. Hassan, yeah, I mean, it always seems like it's just H3 and Hassan's community going back and forth with each other, which, I mean, I guess in a weird way, they're just like sort of, that whole community, like, it's like a symbiotic relationship with one another to see who can like out fandangle the other on who's like the most morally superior on some fucking current thing. Has my life changed? Yeah, honestly, doing YouTube did change my life, so very thankful for that. If you guys ever get a chance to do YouTube, I suggest it. It's pretty cool. Try to find something that you can continue to do that's not gonna like kill you. I also would suggest to try to avoid jumping too much into that like world of grifting and commentary, because like, if you have the personality for it where you can like stand against folks that bring stuff towards you and then are like maybe pretty good at debating or whatever the fuck, like maybe that would be good. But it just, I don't know, I see those people, because that's the only stuff that YouTube really promotes anymore. To most, well, maybe I'm biased, but it seems like a lot of the shit that you see on YouTube obviously is curated to yourself, but it's always just like drama between individuals. But I think that would just like that would fucking suck all the time. Wart. You have a career outside of being a YouTuber? YouTube full time, podcast full time. I used to work in healthcare. It was a good job, but it doesn't pay nearly as much as YouTube does whenever you finally get it into full swing. Thoughts on Daniel Larson? I'm not familiar. That name sounds so familiar. Daniel Larson. Oh, that guy. I've seen him in a lot of stuff. I don't know anything about him. I just see like people superimpose his face onto like American Psycho and shit like that. And did he get, it looks like he's on meth or something. Was he on meth or got into meth or? How many this, oh, sorry. Have you ever listened to Young Joel? I have not, no. It takes a lot of dedication to keep an active channel and gain subscribers, especially if you film and edit. Yeah, I mean, I would say my content for sure is like probably some of the easiest to produce because I don't have like next to any film editing. So honestly, I do admire YouTubers that can like legitimately create a storyline of something and like do the edits. And, you know, there's a lot more expected from them where I would say my content and production overall is probably akin to the production rate that some of those like slop YouTube channels like put out, just because it's so like, even for them, they probably actually put more effort into stuff than I do because they have to like sit down and, you know, try to like keep up with things. Oh yeah, the Rad Brad, dude. I remember looking at the Rad Brad's channel early on in YouTube and just being like, this guy's got it made, man. This is the shit right here. And he seems like a very genuinely nice dude who just is sticking to his grind for years and years. And I think that's awesome. Do I still play Overwatch 2? Okay, so I quit Overwatch 2 for like months, which is huge for me, right? And I thought I was done with it forever. And then they brought back the classic mode, right? Played that for a little bit, was interesting, but then it sucked because you realized that Mercy was like legitimately the only healer, so you can't really like make any progress without immediately dying after your first fight. Blah blah blah. You go back and play Overwatch 2 for a little while and you just realize that there are some like serious issues within that game that they need to fix. Two of which, the big ones I think, is Widowmaker. She's not counterable. People say go dive, but it requires just like too much. If you try to be the only tank that goes and gets her, their whole team turns on you, you're fucked. Blah blah blah. She sucks. Like one shot hero there just doesn't make any sense. And especially with no tank to like cut down her line of sight or another tank to go after, you know the deal. And then one tank, and then it goes right back to one tank. Like one tank just has too much responsibility in that game, especially since the design of those tanks were to be like the off tank, to be the main tank, and it just doesn't work. It's not fun. The game sucks. I hate it. And I hope they go back to 6v6 as soon as possible because it's complete shite. You play any other games than Overwatch? I just play more Blizzard games by playing Hearthstone Battlegrounds, which is actually, it's not great, but it's way, you know what I mean? It's like one of those things where you're not going to like rage. You're not going to question the purpose of your soul the way that you do with Overwatch. You're not, you know, because when you play Overwatch, you get so enraged both by trying to understand the psychology of your teammates, trying to understand the psychology and thinking of the devs, trying to like just compartmentalize the amount of arrogance that they have mixed with the stupidity, and it's just like it just becomes like pain, and all you can see is a big refrigerator filled with breast milk that's been stolen, and nobody knows where it all went. I assume Bobby Kotick took it with him when he left, but I can't imagine how much you practice read, honestly, plus picking the stories you think will enjoy. Well, thankfully I have people that can go through and find those and, you know, make edits on it and that kind of thing. So a lot of the time I'm kind of just experiencing the stories for the first time with you here. So I do a lot of dry reading, you know. I don't really do a lot of reading myself. Yeah. Your former roommate played Hearthstone religiously and constantly raged. Interesting. Was it Battlegrounds or was it the normal game? Because I don't have a lot of experience with the normal game. I need to know, with the show being finished, have you watched Arcane? I haven't. That's a League of Legends show, right? You know what I did watch 2 episodes of? Was Dragon Ball Daima, which is on the Crunchyroll. And it's actually pretty cool. You know, it's not like the most exciting show ever, but it's really cool how they were able to take like 3D animation and make it look very much like the old shows. Yeah, I don't wear a condom while reading. But yeah, Dragon Ball Daima is pretty solid so far. It's just kind of like, it's just a simple, fun show, you know? Have you heard about the new game Supervive? Or Supervive? Or what is it? It gives really big battle right energy from years ago. So is that more like MOBA? Is battle right? Is that a MOBA game? Oh man, I don't even know what game I'm excited for. I know some people are excited for Path of Exile 2. That should be sick. The developers they don't seem like they have to really, and I could be wrong, but they don't seem like they have to like answer to a bunch of corporate crap and just kind of get to make the game they want to make. So that should be fun if you like Diablo style shit. Yeah, beyond that, I don't know. I believe it was Battlegrounds, but either way, I'm happy to have no roommates anymore. That's interesting. I mean, Battlegrounds is one of those games where I can see it being rage because it's like RNG on what you get. But I don't know. I think it's gotten better for sure over time, even though it can be kind of rage-inducing because it's kind of like playing like a Gamba game, you know, like you're at a fucking slot machine, not getting what you want or winning. Mel, thank you for the 5. Says thanks for the yappin chat. You're welcome. Thank you for the 5. I'm glad you're live. Been listening to CoffeeZilla confront the Haktua girl staff over her crypto. Dude, does every YouTuber have a crypto rug pull? That shit is so fucking funny to me. Like, she's been on for... The Haktua girl has existed for literally 1 month. And she already has a crypto rug pull. And while it's very deserved, I can only handle that tension for so long. Crazy. Crazy. I can't believe she already got into that. Tabitha Roadhouse, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you so much. There is new content out now. Music. I think he has reception, but he's busy doing geology stuff. Who's that? Look up the trailer for the crypto. She has a crypto trailer. Oh, for the game. Let's ignore the actual game, League of Legends law, but the show, you should definitely give it a watch. Yeah, I heard it was good. I probably will check that out. I've heard actually really good things about Arcane. Just never even... And maybe it's a good thing I haven't seen anything, so I won't be, like, spoiled. Yeah, per deep coin. It's called Spooky Coin. The team around her are doing her so dirty, making her money, but she is such a baby when it comes to internet things. They're just throwing her to the wolves. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I could see some of them being like, you could make a lot of money. You know, I could see her. I mean, she's just a girl from Alabama, right? Like, just some southern girl who probably doesn't know shit about, you know, the internet outside of, like, TikTok trends on the superficial level. And then they come up to her and say, like, hey, we can make a ton of money if we do a blockchain coin, you know, stable coin, you know. And she's like, sure, that sounds good. Bitcoin's, I heard about Bitcoin. I like money. You know, and then they just make her look like an idiot. But I mean, like, she still has to reap the benefits of coming off like an idiot. Bitcoin. Yeah, we'll all be rich, don't you worry. What's up, Krem? How we doing? Hey, it's me, Hawk. Hawk. In an accent that sounded European, he started explaining how his car battery had died, apparently because he had been listening to Hawk Tua while fishing, and asked if we could give him a jump start. No, I fucked it up. I was trying to be funny there, but I do actually want to incorporate Talk Tua into that. I'm gonna say it. Fucking hell. Okay. In an accent that sounded European, he started explaining how his car battery had died, and apparently because he had been listening to the Talk to a podcast while fishing, and oh wait, that wouldn't make sense because why would the car battery die? Yeah, okay, sorry. We gotta go back to radio. Because then the car has to be turned on a little bit, at least for the electronics. Fuck. My celebrity crush, yeah. She's my favorite celebrity to get crushed. In an accent that sounded European, he started explaining how his car battery had died, apparently because he'd been listening to the radio while fishing, and asked if we could give him a jump start. Wanting to help and believing in road karma, we agreed, but the whole situation just felt very off. He said his car was just down a small side road a little further ahead, and he began walking and we slowly followed in the car. My boyfriend and I joked nervously about him leading us into the jungle to rob or kill us, but beneath the humor, we were both very uneasy. After about 150 meters or so, we turned onto a very narrow, overgrown dirt path barely visible from the main road. The jungle loomed large on both sides of us, and the path opened up into a small clearing where his car was parked. It was an older beige sedan, completely unsuited for the rough roads in this area. The trunk was oddly opened, with a blanket draped over it, and the hood was already popped. My boyfriend got out to grab our jumper cables, where I slid into the driver's seat, keeping the engine running. The man stayed near my boyfriend, chatting casually about how his fishing buddy had left earlier, but something about his tone just felt very off. His friendliness seemed forced, and his... European. Do you ever throw in scary stories that have happened to you personally? I think in some of the past ones I've had some personal ones, but not super often, thankfully. If you could go back in time to prevent inventors to not do a technological advancement, which device or technology would you choose to stop from coming to be? I guess probably the Federal Reserve, if that counts as like a technology, just like the centralized banking system of modern United States and fiat banking. Just because once that started, it's like inflation never stops and the wars never stop, and yeah. But the power continues to grow. I would go to Jekyll Island and pretend I would put on my nicest suit and have a eye patch too, just to look real extra evil. His friendliness seemed forced, and he hovered awkwardly, watching as my boyfriend connected the cables. I couldn't shake my unease and discreetly scanned the car for anything I could use as a weapon, telling myself that I was overreacting but unwilling to let my guard down. When the car finally started, the man got out and thanked us, but his demeanor was unnervingly intense. My boyfriend quickly unhooked the cables, tossed them into the back seat without bothering to pack them away, and climbed into the car. The moment his door closed, I reversed back down the narrow path, branches scraping the sides of our car as I maneuvered out. The man stood there, watching us the entire time. Once we were back on the main road, we both felt a wave of relief. My boyfriend admitted that the man's behavior had made him uncomfortable too, and we couldn't help but question the situation. Where was his fishing gear? Why was his car parked in such an out-of-the-way spot, and was his battery even dead to begin with? We never knew for sure, but I can't shake the feeling that staying alert and acting quickly may have saved us from something far worse. Would I ever collaborate with a Spanish-speaking horror creator? I guess it wouldn't really make much sense, because none of the stories that I read are in Spanish, and if all of a sudden I had them come on and narrate a scary story in completely Spanish, it'd be kind of I know I do have Spanish-speaking listeners, but they would be like, what the fuck? Even them would be like, what the fuck is that, Whereas the people who only speak English would be like, well, I don't really understand what the fuck they're saying. I guess I'll skip this part. So I don't really think it would be beneficial to either of us. Oh, man. All right. So that was story 5, and we got... Oh, wait. Did I miss one? So Cancun filling a whole long held drive. Okay, yeah, now 6. What about when technology advances so much that you can just convert the language? Oh, you know, I do remember hearing something about YouTube actually doing something like that, where they would create like an AI voice of you, but then for the Spanish, you know, for the alternate language speaking community, and then it would be your voice, but you would be speaking in another language. Actually, I do hope that technology happens soon, because it would be sick to like reach an entire, you know, new audience essentially with like narrations and stuff. But I guess they would have to listen to me in like AI form. But it also is kind of scary to think that they're just like creating an AI form of me without my consent. I probably consented without realizing it. You can change the language on Mr. Beast videos, but that isn't AI. Oh yeah, I think he had access to something, but it was like a jump start. I don't know. His was like definitely like the prototype for whatever it is, or at least the idea, which is pretty cool. Oh. Can't we just read minds instead? I feel like it's going to happen at some point. Like I mean, if we have phones, and even what you're hearing through me right now, where I can like talk into it, it can receive the information, go through cables at like, I mean, what the fuck is going on right now? Like, where are you guys? You guys are in like distant lands, right? And I get pissed that there's a 5-second delay between you hearing me say something. Like, how weird is that? I'm saying something into a piece of technology that I will never be able to wrap my head around, and somehow my voice is being transmitted somewhere. Like, I guarantee you within a short period of time we'll be able to take whatever brain waves exist within the mind that can be scanned in some way and translated. Just, you know, we'll be able to talk directly into each other's minds with whatever stupid chip exists in our head, or maybe we won't even need it. Maybe it'll just be like a pair of glasses we can put on, and the vibrations, you know, vibrate through our skulls, like directly into our hearing mechanisms within our ears. Because I remember someone showed me where they had a record player or something, right? I forget what it was. They had a record player, and then they held something up to their ear, and then they could hear what the record was saying like from far away, just based on like the frequency and the fact that it traveled and then bounced around in their bones of their skull or something. It was really weird. Yes. Click that like button. Should we do a fucking... where do we got? I was gonna do a poll, but I don't even know if a poll... Do we even have a poll? Oh yeah. Start poll. I haven't seen Arcane, no. Best horror movies. Slasher. Okay, so we'll do action ones, like slasher versus psychological. Start poll. The stripper poll. Yeah, jump on that thing. Spit on that line. Spit on that line. Last year, my boyfriend and I took a trip to Mexico to celebrate our anniversary. Now we speak a fair amount of Spanish, enough to get around comfortably, and have been enjoying the trip so far. We started in Playa del Carmen. I'm gonna make sure I'm saying Playa del. Playa del Carmen. Looks like psychological is in the lead. I do like psychological more so. Hey Scars, how we doing? We started in Playa del Carmen and then moved to Cancun, hoping for better beaches with less seaweed. We relied on taxis to get around, including the hour-long ride from Playa to Cancun, and everything had run smoothly up to that point. On our anniversary, we spent the day exploring, soaking up the sun and enjoying the local vibe before heading back to our hotel to freshen up for a special evening. We decided to try a place called Tora Rojo, famous for their super nachos, and as a nacho lover, I was beyond excited. According to Google Maps, it wasn't far, so we decided to walk. We set off, full of anticipation, but after walking around 45 minutes along a bustling highway, I checked my phone again and realized that we still had over an hour to go on foot. The distance seemed much longer than expected, and frustrated and hungry, we decided to just hail a taxi to save some time because those nachos and daiquiris were calling my name. A taxi pulled over, and then we hopped in and told the driver that we wanted to go to Toro Rojo. He claimed that he didn't know where it was, and so we handed him my phone with Google Maps open. The directions were simple. Drive straight, take a U-turn, and the restaurant would be on the left. He started driving, and I kept an eye on the map from over his shoulder to ensure that we stayed on track. And as we finally approached that U-turn, the driver didn't slow down. Instead, he passed it. I figured maybe he wasn't familiar with the exact spot and gave him the benefit of the doubt, and then he passed another U-turn, and another. And by now, alarm bells are going off in my head. I grabbed my boyfriend's phone and discreetly typed, "He keeps missing the U-turns. Tell him that's the other way." My boyfriend calmly told the driver in Spanish, "It's the other way," and the driver ignored him and picked up some speed, now going about, I think, 20 miles over the speed limit. And my heart was racing, and I could barely breathe. The driver muttered something like, "My English is not good," which made no sense since we were speaking Spanish, and my boyfriend tried again, this time firmer, saying something like, "Here is fine," and the driver didn't stop. My boyfriend raised his voice, shouting, "Aquí es bien, es bien." I don't know how to say this. I wish I could read Spanish. Muy bien. I'm so desensitized to scary stuff. I like things that can actually genuinely scare me. Yeah, like a true scary stories video is just true stories to a freak like me. Have you seen Smile 2? I have not, no. I'd like to, a wee bit. Paprika by Studio Ghibli is pretty good. A Studio Ghibli horror film would actually go pretty hard. That'd be amazing. In a weird way, I kind of hope that, like, I know it would be sort of bad, but I sort of hope that AI, like, as far as the video making thing, like, blows up really quickly to making actually good stuff so we could get, I don't know, people with just, like, interesting creative visions making AI videos that you wouldn't get otherwise. Another Scream fact. At the beginning of the movie, when the parents find Casey, the father tells the mother to go to Mackenzie's, which is the same thing Laurie told Lindsay in Halloween. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. My boyfriend raised his voice and started shouting something in Spanish. And finally, the driver slowed down. I remember, as soon as the car stopped, I leapt out, and by that point, I was shaking with fear. The driver demanded $30 USD, an absurd amount for such a short ride, but my boyfriend handed it over without hesitation, just wanting the situation to end. We sprinted in the opposite direction, our hearts pounding, and when we checked Google Maps, we realized the driver had taken us 9 miles outside of Cancun, leaving us stranded like 12 miles from our hotel. and it was pitch black, with nothing around us but trees and empty. And it was pitch black, with nothing around us but trees and empty road. It was 11 p.m. and our cash was almost gone since the driver had taken most of it. And desperate, I called my parents, who stayed on the phone with us while we walked toward the nearest hotel. It was over an hour on foot. Being in that kind of pitch darkness, it was terrifying, and every sound made me jump. At one point, a red Mini Cooper appeared out of nowhere, slowly following us, and the windows rolled down, but the driver didn't say anything. My boyfriend, already on edge, banged on the side of the car and yelled something in Spanish. Well, I gotta translate this real quick. No, how do you say the shit? Translate. The phrase chupa mi verga. Oh, suck my dick. Okay, nice. That's funny. Haha, that's funny. Ha ha ha. Alright, my boyfriend, already on edge, banged on the side of the car and yelled some sort of expletive, I'm not really sure, and the car sped off. Not long after, we encountered 2 stray dogs ahead of us, and my boyfriend whispered, "What if they aren't friendly?" and picked up a couple of rocks just in case, and it broke my heart. Being pre-vet, I adored animals, but safety came first, obviously. And luckily, the dogs were sweet and only wanted attention, and we pet them briefly before getting back on the move. Then, as if the night couldn't get any worse, a truck pulled up alongside of us. The driver asked if we needed a taxi, but it was clearly an unmarked car, and we just waved him off. But he didn't drive away. Suddenly, those stray dogs sprinted toward the truck, barking ferociously, their demeanor completely changing. And without hesitation, he turned and went the other way. We turned. Oops. Without hesitation, we turned and ran the other way, trusting those dogs' instincts. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we reached a hotel where we managed to get an executive taxi back to our hotel. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we reached a hotel where we managed to get a taxi back to our hotel safely. We were physically and emotionally drained, and while we made it out unharmed, the experience left us very shaken. I don't know if we were just lucky or if something more sinister was at play, but it's left me very reluctant to visit that part of Mexico again. Alright, that was story 6. So this one just wait. Oh wait, no, we got 2 more here, but I think the one, yeah, that's a super long one. And then this one is normal, okay. Ands, thank you, big fan. I'm a big fan of big fans. I'm a big man with a fan. My name is Stan. Alright, when I was younger, every summer and okay. Christian Rodriguez, what is up? Did you ever see Chris, what's the soccer player's name? Cristiano, I forget his name. But he has 71 million subscribers in the span of like just a really short period of time. Just kind of crazy to me. Cristiano Ronaldo. There you go. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I don't watch baseball. When I was younger, every summer and nearly every New Year, my family would pack the car and set off on a road trip to visit our relatives in Mexico. It was a tradition, one filled with excitement, snacks, and long hours on the road. Those trips always felt like an adventure. We never had any problems, at least until one particular trip when we went on... Alright, I'm going to start this story over. I just feel like I'm just fumbling and sound weird. Excited for Christmas? Honestly, a little bit. I'm not as excited because I don't think I'm going to any sort of like extended family this year. I just am not in the mood to be around extended family this year, but overall, Christmas itself, I think should be pretty good. Visiting mainly like friends and their families. You're a Messi kind of guy. Yeah, why do they pit Messi and Ronaldo against each other? Because aren't there like hundreds of other football players? You love the feeling of Christmas. Is this too personal of a question to ask? How old are you this year? So yeah, in June, my birthday's in June, so I'm 34, so I'm 34 and a half. And I'll be 35 in June, which is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Time flies, but I guess it's all good. What date? June 4. All yours is the 24th. 20 days after mine. Holy cow. It's like some people stopped counting half birthdays when they turned 8. I kept going. Hey, there's Jade. What's up, Jade? You miss your 30s? How come? Are the other ones not good? When I was younger, every summer and nearly every New Year, my family would pack the car and set off on a road trip to visit our relatives in Mexico. It was a tradition, one filled with excitement, snacks, and long hours on the road. Those trips always felt like an adventure. We never had any problems, at least until one particular trip we went on when I was 8 years old. As usual, we left our home in North Texas at around 6 p.m. The plan was the same as always, drive through the night and arrive at our destination by the morning. Around 2 a.m. we crossed the border into Mexico, but that's when things took a very strange turn. Driving on the long, empty stretch of freeway in the middle of the desert was nothing unusual. It was pitch black outside except for the twinkling stars above the occasional silhouette of a cacti. You know you're getting old when you start experiencing lower back pain. Honestly, like, I think the low back pain is something that is just a culmination of either your glutes being really tight, your hamstrings being really tight, your hip flexors, which are like in the front that kind of connect everything, being really tight. And, you know, ever since I started working with this guy doing like myofascial release, you should look into that. Look up myofascial release and try to find someone around you that can like do that. And if, you know, you're cool with doing it or whatever, but just like staying on top of like stretching, and you can even massage yourself with, you know, lacrosse ball or one of those like rolling things or whatever. And honestly, just staying on top of your health in that regard, like, you might sometimes think like, oh, I'm just like fucked with, I think I'm fucked with back pain forever, but there is a way to get around it. I'm sorry, I'm going to just type it in myofascial release. My oldest birthday is tomorrow as well. Your newest birthday. You've had lower back pain since 16. I mean, obviously there might be some underlying causes that aren't treatable outside of, you know, in the massage therapy world, but who knows? Maybe just the fact that sitting all day like creates tight hip flexors, things like that, because there's so many things that like can translate to like putting pressure on the nerves, whether it's sciatic or some other like vertebrae, you know. So figuring out how to like, you know, stretch your body and release those muscles. Like it's definitely, yeah. Hopefully there's a happy ending too. No low back pain. You're in love with the animated story? Well, that's good. I'm glad. We're going to try to do that more going forward. The next one that'll be animated will be like a paranormal story, so that should be sweet. Try not to use as many sound effects so people don't cut my head off. Still in South Korea currently. The martial law thing is scary. Yeah, what was the thought process there? Like, was he trying to start like a coup of sorts? Was he... Like, I don't get it. Like, I had no idea that, like, South Korea was on the radar. You know what I mean? As far as, like, crazy places. He had a death wish. So are they going to try him now? Like, is he just going to be impeached and then put to death or sent to jail for 20-some years? I'm actually trying to learn how to animate. If I get good, we'll use my animations. Yes. But you got to get good. So you got to put your time in. Who knows? Maybe you'll get good really fast and it'll be sick. I try to stretch and squat before chores to keep me limber. That's good. Yeah, do it before bed. Will kind of like be a nice routine to do to make you tired as well. Kind of that nice release. Hey, Penelope. I can't self-massage. I need to relax from being massaged. Well, there's some things you can do, like lacrosse ball or softball. You can look those up on YouTube, as well as like a rolling, what are they called? Like a rolling pin. Not rolling pin, but the thing that what the fuck's that thing called? You like lay on it and roll on it. It's just like cylindrical. You were my #1 podcast on Wrapped, and I'm thinking about posting it. You should. I appreciate that. Thank you. Keep listening. Have you seen the psychological movie The Substance? It's one of the best recent psychological movies. No, I haven't. What's that one about? Foam roller. There you go. And there's different forms of the foam roller too. You can get like harder. I just find like when you get on the foam roller, you just find a spot that's like tense, whether it's in your glutes or whatever, and literally just like holding that for a while till you feel the pain start to dissipate. And honestly, like the next day you feel so much better. Taking some deep breaths while you do it. People want him impeached. The people here are pissed. The Blue House was surrounded by military helicopters everywhere. Right, but I mean, like, he may have had a death wish or whatever, like metaphorically, but what does it mean in the sense of what he wanted politically? Like, I maybe I just don't pay attention enough to that kind of stuff, but what did he want? Why did he want to do that? Was he about to be, like, kicked out of office already, or... Massage therapist here. You can also use a therapy cane to do more pinpoint work. That's true. There's a lot of options. He was number 5 on FBI Most Wanted. Why? What? Really? Scary Mexican Stories is devious work. Well, wait till the video's done. The work hasn't even started yet. It was that he thought North Korea is controlling their politicians. That's crazy. I mean, I guess you don't want to like undervalue your enemy or whatever, but maybe North Korea had infiltrated their government in some way. But I mean, like, isn't that usually how a coup works? Like, you sit there and blame some foreign entity or whatever of being whatever, and then it normalizes some sort of like poor, some authoritarian response. You blame Russia for something, and then that normalizes you, doing something fucking stupid. In this situation, you blame North Korea, and then you can just do fucking martial law. I don't know. That's so weird. I just never knew that, like, the Koreas, other than North Korea, like, had serious issues in their government. I thought they were just like your typical modern day sort of, I don't know, maybe not direct democracy or whatever they are, but I have a love-hate relationship with these lives because I don't want the story spoiled, but it's all super, super fun listening to the process. Oh, no worries, yeah. But now you're gaining a new purpose from the stories. friendship. Sending your story of 7 years in a haunted house. My siblings all experienced the same things without talking about it. Weird, you guys didn't talk about it. Yeah, what happened? I want to hear about that. Hey, Teacup. In the 80s, Korea was under martial law, and a lot of people were killed under the president, so there's a history of this happening before. Okay, I was going to say, yeah, I saw in some comments section related to this that there was, like, all the previous presidents prior in South Korea had eventually just been locked up afterwards or assassinated or killed or, after getting out of office. So it sounds like, but it's just strange, you don't, you just think of K-pop and everything's perfect over there, but I guess that's not the case. I ever crashed out on live? Probably when I was drunk, maybe, I don't know. Do you ever forget to close your blinds after getting out of the shower? Just on purpose, honestly. Should give everyone a show. It was pitch black outside. Okay, I gotta reapply my lip lube. It was pitch black outside except for the twinkling stars above and the occasional silhouette of a cactus. The road was desolate and other cars were few and far between. I was in that half-asleep, half-awake state that kids are often in during long car rides, faintly aware of my surroundings as I drifted in and out of consciousness. And that's when I heard my mom speak up, and her voice low but tense. "The car's behind us. It's been following us since we left." My dad glanced in the rear view. Oh. Laredo. Oh, whoops. "Miguel," my father. "The car behind us. It's been following us since we left Laredo." My dad glanced in the rearview mirror and shrugged it off before saying something like, "A lot of cars use this road. It's probably just heading to Reynosa or another town." My mom didn't seem convinced, and she kept glancing back. I could feel her unease, and it made me nervous too. My siblings and I, now fully awake, became fixated on this mysterious car. We peeked through the gaps in the luggage piled high in the rear of the car, trying to get a better look, and it was hard to tell much in the dark, but those headlights stayed stubbornly behind us, mile after mile. I remember how nervous we all got when my mom said, "He's getting closer." And this time, her voice was sharp with fear. We turned again to watch, and sure enough, the car was inching closer to ours. Too close. The headlights blazed, glaring into our car like an interrogation lamp. "He's too close, Miguel," my mom said firmly in her... Hey, Jensen, what's up, big doggy? How goes it? Do you just sit there when you read? Do you pace around? I know the process of these... Oh, yeah, I have a standing desk, so I'm just standing here kind of constantly stretching my body in weird and contorted ways like a snake. A sneaky little snake. Taco Bell's not Mexican food at all? Like, at all? Wow. Sounds like we got a racist in the chat. Can you believe that, Jensen? Doesn't know true Mexican food. Doesn't know true diarrhea till they've had it. Yeah. My mom said firmly, her voice rising slightly. My dad didn't panic, but I could see his grip tighten. Fuck, man. Yo quiero Jensen. My dad didn't panic, but I could see his grip tighten on the wheel. He didn't slow down, didn't stop, and didn't speed up either. He just kept driving steadily, and the car behind us followed, unwavering. The tension of the car was suffocating, and for the next 30 minutes the car behind us played a sort of cruel game. It would back up just enough to give us a false sense of relief, only to speed up and press its blinding headlights right against our car again. It felt intentional, like the driver knew how terrified we were and was enjoying it, and I held my breath every time it got closer, my heart pounding in my chest. Then, up ahead, my mom spotted something. A police car parked on the side of the road. "Pull over, Miguel. Right in front of the police. Do it now," she commanded. Without hesitation, my dad complied, pulling our car to a stop directly in front of the parked police cruiser. The mysterious car didn't stop. It sped past us, disappearing into the darkness ahead. The policeman approached our car looking understandably confused, and my mom wasted no time explaining, her words tumbling out in a sort of frantic rush. She described how the car had been following us, tailgating us, and behaving aggressively, and the officer did take her seriously. He explained that robbers and carjackings were common on those deserted highways, especially in the dead of night. Gangs and criminals are often targeting Anyone play Age of Empires? I used to play the second one way back in the day on the computer. I should meow. But yeah, the second Age of Empires was good. I would always put the cheat codes in and get there was these sports cars that had machine guns on the side and they would just melt people. Do you play Age of Empires 3? I have not, no. Honestly, I haven't played any of those sort of real-time strategy games in quite some time. Taco Bell horror stories, that would be good. Hey, what's up, Tiny Van? How we doing? Me and another female. Nobody knew we were female. Wait, what are you talking about? In Taco Bell, or Baldur's Gate 3? I did play Baldur's Gate 3. I really only played it for 2 or 3 plays, or 2 or 3 sessions with friends, but it really blew my mind. Just we would go go do a side quest and it would lead us. I just remember we went into this dude's house, right? Had to do something. Then in the midst of doing that, it was a closet door that they had with this closed that we thought we were just going to get items or something opened up, but it was an entire descending staircase into an underground area inside the interior of a mountain. And then once you got down there were these fungi people who had their own kingdom and shit that you had to deal with all of their interpersonal drama and shit and choose sides. And I don't know, it was just so amazing. Every little thing that you did led to another big thing, it was really impressive. But I just not super into those games or anything, but I could see if you were into playing just D&D with your friends, just playing that with friends over the course of once every week would be a pretty great substitute for D&D. Played Power World with my husband and we got to the Jet Dragon. Haven't played the new update though. Yeah, I heard the new update got fucked or something as they were trying to hurry to change things to not get sued by Nintendo again. They were fun guys. Gangs and criminals often targeted unsuspecting travelers, and hearing this sent chills down my spine. I clutched my seatbelt tighter as my mom's fears were validated, and to reassure us, the officer offered to drive behind us for a while to ensure that we were safe, and we gratefully accepted his help, feeling a wave of relief as the cruiser pulled up. Fuck, dude, I feel I've reached a point where, well, you know what? I'm not going to think about it too much. What time am I on till? I will probably be on for another hour or so. I need to send my stories, keep friends, send them in. Let's read submissions, gmail.com. I've replayed and still find new stuff. That's cool. Yeah, the game's fun. You should like try to find like a community you can play with just to like go through it with people. What time is it there? It is 1:41 a.m. It's almost 2 in the morning, which is kind of crazy. It's like late as hell. We gratefully accepted his help, feeling a wave of relief as the cruiser pulled out behind us. And 10 minutes later, our relief turned to dread. There on the side of the road was the car, the same car that had been following us for miles. It was parked in the shadows, almost like it was waiting. My mom's breath caught and my dad tensed. None of us said a word, and we all knew that we had narrowly escaped something far worse that night. The police cruiser stayed behind us for the next stretch of the journey, and eventually the tension in the car eased. But that image of the car waiting in the darkness has stayed with me ever since. And to this day, I wonder what would have happened if my mom hadn't spotted that police car in time. You going to bed, Snow? You heading out? Have you played DBD? Oh, Dead by Daylight. I haven't really. I've watched some of it and not like super into that too much, but it looks fun. South African Horror Story. I may have. I don't know. South Africa. Do 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 do. All right, this is going to be a doozy. This one's like 16 pages compared to the last one, was only like 3. So I'm going to take a quick break. We'll come back and bang this out. It's a true crime story. Yeah. So I will BRB. You guys talk amongst yourselves, and I'll make some tea and come back. Boom shaka whoop. Take a poop. Leo. Dun, 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 dun. do a self-portrait and upload my Bandcamp. Brand new song, so everyone can see how ugly I'm inside and out. That's cool. What's the song about? Alright, Joel Noel, let's get it going. Let's get it. You got finals next week? I guess it is that time, isn't it? It's alright, you're gonna kick butt. I just need to learn how to say these people's names here. Oziel Gulian. Guillen. Osiel Guillen. Alright. Back in 1990s, my name is Osiel. Okay. You know, fuck it. We're back, baby. Let's go. Oh, wait. I didn't even drink any of my tea yet. I should probably at least take a sip. Bane Kitty with it who says, hey, you are awesome and better than Mr. Creepypasta. Thank you, Bane. Appreciate that. No shade. No shade. Oh, man. What kind of tea? Just some frumpy time tea. Back in 1997, a man named Osiel Guillen took control of Mexico's Gulf cartel following the arrest of the organization's leader. The power vacuum left behind by his predecessor's capture sparked a violent turf war in which rival cartels faced off against each other as the Mexican military tried in vain to keep the peace. As the conflict raged on, the Gulf cartel began to suffer heavy losses to both men and material, and for a while they were dangerously close to being overwhelmed and annihilated. But luckily, Osiel Guillen had an ace up his sleeve, and that ace was a man named Arturo Guzman de Sena. De Sena was born into a poor working-class family in the Mexican city of Puebla on January 13th of 1976. Like many of his peers, De Sena... I'm going to make sure I'm saying De Sena right. Arturo Guzman de Sena. Okay, sweet. Love from California. Oh, hey, Migrad. What's up, big doggy? How's your night going? How's California? Reading fan fiction? What are you gonna read? Like many of his peers, De Sena realized that his best chance of escaping economic hardship was to join the military. So on his 16th birthday, he volunteered to join the Mexican army. De Sena proved a talented soldier, so talented in fact that he was chosen to undergo selection for an elite group of airborne special forces known as the Grupo Aeromóvil de Fuerzas. I wonder if they have that on Forvo. It actually would be impressive if they did. Damn it. Grupo Aeromóvil. Well, maybe I can do each one individually. Wait. Oh, wait, they have that? It talks so fast. Grupo Aeromóvil de Fuerzas Especiales. Alright. Grupo Aeromóvil. What the fuck? Aeromóvil. Hey Joel, just popped into your stream really quickly to say that you're having a great stream, doing well, and having a great holiday with family and friends. Hey, thank you, Zero. Good to see you. I'm just struggling here to speak Spanish. It ain't happening. The Sena proved a talented soldier. So talented, in fact, that he was chosen to undergo selection for an elite group of airborne special forces known as the Grupo Aeromóvil de Fuerzas Especiales. Shite. Grupo Aeromóvil de Fuerzas Especiales, or GAFE for short. After joining the unit, De Sena received... Oops. That was just because, I don't know. You can barely leave your house with the fucking snow. After joining the unit, De Sena receiving training in both counterinsurgency tactics and the interdiction of narco-traffickers... Wait, I didn't quite understand that. After joining the unit, De Sena received training... Oh, okay. Jesus. Do I smoke? Nah. Oh, buffering? No, dude. Oh. Shit. Oh, it's good now? It was for a second. Okay. For you. I got worried. I don't understand. What do I need to do to then make that not bad? I just want it to be like the smoothest streaming process ever. After joining the unit, De Sena received training in both counterinsurgency tactics and the interdiction of narco-traffickers, and first saw action during the 1994 Chiapas uprising, in which more than 30 rebels were either killed or captured by De Sena's squadron. His unit received praise for their decisive victory over the rebels, but some noticed an exceedingly chilling detail regarding the condition of the slain insurrectionists. Once they'd been killed, and the shooting died down, De Sena and his men had apparently gathered up the bodies of the dead rebels and then set about dissecting and mutilating their corpses. To his commanders, the desecration of rebel bodies was something that they could overlook due to the overall success of the operation, yet De Sena felt hideously underappreciated. Mexican special forces are paid slightly more than their regular army counterparts, but the amount still pales in comparison with what De Sena believed he was worth. He became more and more bitter, watching his superiors rake in millions of pesos in bribe money while he and his comrades lived on crumbs. Then one day, De Sena received a home visit from two mysteriously well-dressed men. He was reportedly given 100,000 pesos, along with a piece of paper with a phone number written on it, and then was told, "If you're willing to work, there's plenty more where that came from." Less than 24 hours later, De Sena was setting up a secret meeting with his potential new employer, and when they met, he realized how they had all that money to burn. Oh. Your big old baby 50-pound dog is laying on the couch like a human. It's cracking me up. That's funny. Have you ever seen the older movie called Identity? It came out in 2003. It's John Cusack. It's a psychological thriller. I haven't. I remember seeing a John Cusack film where it was like Room 1433 or so. I forget what it was, but it was like he stayed inside of a hotel room and went like crazy. But it was kind of insane, like how, you don't believe in curses or any of that kind of stuff, and then almost instantaneously, as soon as he was in there, it was like he was in another dimension. 1408, yeah, dude, that movie was pretty good. Morgan Freeman. Is Morgan Freeman still alive? Less than 24 hours later, De Sena was setting up a secret meeting with his potential new employer, and when they met, he realized how they had all the money. Sorry, that sentence sounds so odd. And when they met, he realized how they had all that money to burn. Like, I don't know why that just doesn't sound like a sentence for some reason. Yeah, I guess Morgan Freeman might never die, probably. Never, ever, ever die. Ever die. I've seen the Yuri story. Know what's that about? Less than 24 hours later, Desena was setting up a secret meeting with his potential new employer, and when they met, he realized how they had all that money to burn. Desena was being sought out to head up the Gulf Cartel's brand new military... Oh, I see. It's a realization of how... Okay. Sorry. How they had all that money... They meant to say, like, why they had all that money to burn, or maybe it's just the phraseology of it. It's just odd. Bane Kitty with the 2 says, how come you stopped doing 411 stories? I actually did a 411 video, like 2 weeks ago. Let's see, how recent was that? It was very recent if you go back in my videos. Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. 3 Scary Missing 411 Cases, Volume 5. But thank you very much. Did everyone know that Betty White died? I see, yeah, she's also one of the ones that I refuse to let go. Her and Norm Macdonald, they can stay forever. I wonder if, like, celebrity was, like, as common in the past, like, prior to the mass marketing of it, you know what I mean? Or even, like, a century ago, or maybe even more than a century ago, if, like, being a celebrity was a lot more legendary, you know what I mean? Legendarily. Less than 24 hours later, Desena was setting up a secret meeting with his potential new employer, and when they met, he realized how they had all that money to burn. Desena was being sought out to head up the Gulf Cartel's brand new military wing, one that would defend them from the incursions of both rival gangs and the Mexican authorities. At first, Desena approached only his closest comrades in the GAFE and put forward a very simple proposition. Join his new unit, enjoy bountiful compensation, and continue hunting narco-traffickers. The only catch was, they'd be doing so on behalf of the Gulf Cartel. And by that point, Desena's former comrades were so jaded that working for the cartel seemed no different than working for the government. Both were morally bankrupt, but only one had the money to pay them what they deserved. It's also believed. I always thought that. I'm like, you know, with the cartels, like, why don't the cartels go full, like, CIA and, like, infiltrate the Mexican government completely, not just through, like, bribery, but, like, heavily influence everything. I don't know. Why make it so that there's any contention at all? Like, get one of your guys in there who's, like, I don't know, answers to your hierarchy so that you don't have to deal with any sort of, like, need for bribery anymore. Yeah, like, get someone in there that works for you. I just don't get it. Like, why is there always this, like, back and forth between these groups? Like, if there's a group that's been rogue, how have they not figured out, if they're winning the battle, like, how have they not figured out how to completely usurp said, you know, authorities, quote unquote, or, like, government intervention? Gulf Cartel or Gulf? Gulf. Is there a should I have said it differently? Gulf, Persian Gulf. Gulf. I think it's just Gulf. You're under the impression they did that a decade ago? Oh, okay. I just figured that there would be, like, I don't know, that there would be someone in there that would be able to somehow convince everyone to operate under their under their hierarchy of control. Maybe they need to, like, how would you do it? You would have to do it through like some form of like banking or something, right? Like something that like basically controls the distribution of money to kind of keep everybody in line. Yeah, we need TikTok influencers to infiltrate the Mexican government. It's also believed that since a huge political shift was occurring around this time, many Mexican Special Forces soldiers believed that they'd be held accountable for crimes they'd committed during the Chiapas uprising. Am I saying that right? God fucking damn it. Chiapas, okay. Yeah. It's also believed that since a huge political shift was occurring around this time, many Mexican Special Force soldiers. It's also believed that since a huge political shift was occurring around this time, many Mexican Special Forces soldiers believe they'd be held accountable for crimes they'd committed during the Chiapas uprising. And so, rather than risk having their service rewarded with prison time, they jumped ship and joined Arturo de Sena. De Sena? Come on, man. De Sena? What? How do you say it? De Sena, okay. Favorite Xmas cookies, Spaceman? I would say probably like the peanut butter ones with like the little Hershey kiss in the center, but honestly, all the cookies taste so good, man. Shit's fucking yummy. And so, rather than risk having their service rewarded with prison time, they jumped ship and joined Arturo de Sena in his brand new unit. Within just a few months, de Sena had put together a group of 13 exceptionally well-trained and viciously ferocious killers, all of whom have served with him in the GAFE. They organized themselves in the exact same manner as their former Special Forces unit, allowing for the lightning-fast deployment of small but highly mobile teams of lightly armed but heavily motivated personnel. De Sena, okay, it keeps going back forth to Decana, like it's De Sena, right? His name's De Sena, right? De Sena. Arturo Guzman de Sena, yeah. Arturo Guzman de Sena. I don't know why, like, I don't really get when like a spelling error like gets made over and over again. It's weird. You make real delicious Mexican wedding cookies. Interesting. What does that taste like? My mom's dog is the most nervous Australian Shepherd mix I've ever met. She was a COVID puppy and she's scared of everyone. Oh, that stinks. I mean, maybe you can still socialize them to the point where they're chill with it. De Sena also employed the same military communication style as was employed in the GAFE, with members of the unit being referred to only by their call sign. In Mexico, the radio code for lower-level federales was Y, or Yankee, meaning individual officers would be referred to as Yankee 1 or Yankee 2, etc. But higher-ranking officers, those in charge of an entire city or county, would be referred to by the radio code Z, or Zeta. Seeing as he was the leader of this new paramilitary unit, de Sena was given the call sign Zeta 1, while his second-in-command was referred to as Zeta 2. Since every member of the unit had a Zeta call sign, which in turn gave rise to the name they're known by today as Los Zetas. Which in turn gave rise to the name they're known... Okay, Jesus Christ, I don't know why. Los Zetas. Los Zetas is a gang, right? You want to hear my British if you got a good British accent? Soon every member of the unit had a Zeta call sign, which in turn gave... I'm starting to sound Australian. Soon every member of the unit had a Zeta call sign, in which in turn gave rise to the name they're known by today, Los Zetas. It's perfect. It's a perfect accent. Soon, every member of the unit had a Zeta call sign, which in turn gave rise to the name they're known by today, Los Zetas. At first, Los Zetas focused exclusively on helping Osio Guillen. Cake batter. Man, I could use some cake batter. It did sound like Dobby. Dobby is free. Dobby joined the Los Zetas, and Dobby is known now as Zeta 1. You know what I mean? Moist chewy cookies or the extra crispy ones? I like the moist ones, honestly. It's the same way I kind of like bread and dough. It's just to be like more doughy, you know. At first, Los Zetas focused exclusively on helping Osio Guillen consolidate his position as the head of the Gulf Cartel, and they did so with surgical efficiency. They castrated his rivals, skinned his enemies alive, and struck fear into the hearts of all who might challenge the cartel's dominance. As their victories mounted, so did their membership, as dozens of corrupt police officers, disgruntled Special Forces soldiers, and even handfuls of former U.S. Army personnel sought to join their ranks. Yet the Zetas didn't allow just anyone into their organization. Applicants were required to possess a certain level of fitness and weapons training, and those who didn't impress the original 13 Zetas were subject to extreme psychological torture to determine if they had what it takes. Those who passed were welcomed into a brotherhood, told that they were mentally and physically superior to other men, and that wealth and prominence were theirs to be won by bloodshed. Over the decade that followed, and despite dozens of their members being arrested or killed, Los Zetas grew more and more powerful. And by the year 2010, they both outnumbered and outclassed their parent organization, and after fearing that their pet monster had become too big to control, the cartel decided the Zetas needed a reminder of who was in charge. The situation came to a head when cartel lieutenant Samuel Borrego was shot by a Zetas member after an argument over a drug trafficking corridor. After an argument over a drug balls and shit. The Z is a soft C, always pronounced Zeta. Los Zeta. Oh, who knows? Maybe I said it. Maybe I did say it that way. Who knows? We can't go backwards in time now, can we? Are we allowed to cuss in chat, or is it bad? Yeah, I mean, you can say whatever the heck you want. Alright, Breaking Batter plays intro. It's time to cook. That's fine. What's the name of the sound effect I use after stories? Let me look it up real quick. Projects. Starts with an E, I think. I think it's called, oh, here it is. ES_Dark Element 2 SFX producer. I forget where it's from. It's from like a website. The situation came to a head when cartel lieutenant Samuel Borrego was shot by a Zetas member after an argument over a drug trafficking corridor. What the fuck is this saying? After an argument over a drug trafficking corridor. The situation came to a head when Cartel Lieutenant Samuel Borrego was shot by a Zetas member after an argument over a drug trafficking corridor. The cartel demanded that the Zetas hand over the man's killer. Their response was to declare war. The Gulf Cartel was almost completely unprepared for what followed. After several of their top figures were assassinated by crack teams of Zeta operators. Dude, when there's like an S and then the next word has a plural at the end too, it sounds so weird. Like Special Forces Operators. Special Forces I don't know why. I had a teacher that was in the cartel shooting in Mexico and had some cartel members drive past when I was little outside of Grandma's house with their guns out the windows. Yeah, it's crazy. Just crazy that it's just like been like that for so long and like nothing, like there's no natural checks and balances within culture to just make it stop. You know what I mean? But I guess what am I to say? Like, I guess the natural state of things really is just chaos. So what is supposed to stop it? But it does make me wonder sometimes, like, is it being funded by some external entity to keep it just going? You know what I mean? To constantly keep those, like, surrounding nations within South America just destabilized at all times. Because you're never going to have, like, a stable and prosperous Central and South America if you constantly have those groups. Erica L with the 5 says, it's been forever since I heard you live. Yay, hope you're doing well. Keep up the great work and try not to get sick. Thank you, I've been trying. I thought I woke up sick today, but I wasn't. I lucked out. But thank you so much, Erica. Good to see you. After several of their top figures were assassinated by crack teams of Zetas operators, the cartel deployed hundreds of their foot soldiers to the border towns of northern Tamaulipas. Fuck, dude, I'm never gonna make it through this shit. I'm only like 1/4 of the way, and I keep having to stop to like fucking look shit up. Tamaulipas, okay. After several of their top figures were assassinated by crack teams of Zetas operators, the cartel deployed hundreds of their foot soldiers to the border towns of northern Tamaulipas. The vehicles they drove were marked with acronyms and insignia such as CDG, XXX, or M3, all of which denoted them as belonging to the Gulf Cartel, and they were armed to the teeth. But no matter how many gun trucks or machine pistol-toting sicarios... What the fuck is it? Wait, oops. Shit. Sicarios. I mean, it's like I kind of innately know how it's said, but I just... It's funded by the war on drugs. Like... The CIA, or what do you mean? Like the Chinese government? Who be doing it? Who's doing it? They're causing chaos amidst our ranks. But no matter how many gun trucks or machine pistol-toting sicarios they possessed, the cartel were in no position to weather the coming storm. Initially, the cartel deployed so many armed men to the streets of Reynosa that they believed the Zetas were too afraid to face them. Daylight came and went, and not a shot was fired in anger. But as soon as the sun set, the Zetas began their offensive. Using the cloak of darkness to negate the tactical advantage afforded by the cartel's heavy machine guns, the Zetas operators used night vision goggles and silenced submachine guns to wreak havoc among the cartel's ranks. They sprang from the shadows at close quarters, executed well-rehearsed room clearance drills, and by dawn, the city was awash with cartel blood. Following the capture of Reynosa, the city of Nuevo Laredo fell, then the border town of Matamoros in turn. Entire cities were paralyzed by the violence, but in the end, Los Zetas emerged victorious. and by the summer of 2010 they controlled over 200 miles of the U.S.-Mexican border territory, all of which was crucial to the illegal narcotics trade. In desperation, the Gulf Cartel turned to their old rivals, the Sinaloa. In desperation, the Gulf Cartel turned to their old rivals, the Sinaloa, and begged for their assistance. The cartel then split into two distinct groups, those who wished to make peace with Los Zetas for the sake of their own survival, and those who wished to wipe them out. Many of those in the former group ended up joining the Zetas, while those in the latter group more... So wait, the Z is pronounced like S, right? I have to say Zetas. Los Zetas. Lord Vader. Let's see. Zetas. Oh my god, it's Los Zetas. Everybody run. Okay, Los Zetas. The cartel then split into two distinct groups. Those... okay, yeah, we'll start there. The cartel then split into two distinct groups, those who wished to make peace with Los Zetas for the sake of their own survival, and those who wished to wipe them out. Many of those in the former group ended up joining the Zetas, while those in the latter became little more than Vaseline? Vassals. Than Vaseline for... Hey Maya, what's up? Oh, shoot. Ugh. You need a whiskey? Did someone say Vaseline? Ruh-roh, Raggy. Many of those in the former group ended up joining the Zetas, while those in the latter became little more than vassals for the Sinaloa and the Fuck, man. We're learning. This is us learning, guys. Michoacán cartel. What if I came behind you and I whispered in your ear, Michoacán cartel? What would you do? Would you scream? Or would you join me? My podcast was under kid and family. It shouldn't be. It's supposed to... I mean, I don't think I have that labeled as such. Many of those in the former group ended... Motherfucker, dude. Many of those in the former group ended up joining the Zetas, while those in the latter became little more than vassals for the Sinaloa and the Macheo... Fuck, dude, I can't... Michoacán. I can't even remember how... Dude, my memory, short term, Michoacán, is so bad. Like, I'll hear a word, how to pronounce it, and forget instantaneously. Do you know what that's from? Did I get hit in the head in a weird spot? Like my soft spot? Or was it the hard spot? Too many times it broke through. It made a new soft spot in my head. Many of those in the former group ended up joining the Zetas, while those in the latter became little more than vassals for the Sinaloa and Michoacán. I don't know, I look at it and it just like looks like garbledy-goop, and I just fucking can't say it in my head. Michoacán. How are you supposed to be scared of a gang you can't even pronounce? It's the Cthulhu gang. Many of those in the former group ended up joining the Zetas, while those in the latter became little more than vassals for the Sinaloa and Michoacan cartels, who formed an alliance due to their mutual fear of the Zetas. Nowadays, the Gulf Cartel still technically exists, but it has never fully recovered following its not-so-civil conflict with the group it had a hand in. Fuck, man.
Your milkshake. I drink it up. I drink it up. I drink it. I drink it.
Many of those in the former group ended up joining. No, I already read this shit. I already read this one. Fuck. I'm not fucking it up again. Alright, recovered is following not-so-civil conflict. Tamaulipas. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate, let's just do true crime that's from literally just down the street. If everybody can just do serial killer stuff just right over there where I can pronounce all the street names and areas, that'd be great. Nowadays, the Gulf Cartel still technically exists, but it has never fully recovered following its not-so-civil conflict with the group it had a hand in creating. The capture of the northern Tamaulipas border corridor marked the end of Los Zetas' first major battle with the Gulf Cartel, but the war was not yet over. What remained of the cartel had retreated south to lick their wounds, and Los Zetas had yet to properly stamp their authority on the twin states of Tamaulipas and Nuevo León. In order to assert complete control over the region's illegal activities, the Zetas leadership decreed that all criminal enterprises owed them taxes payable in either cash, material, or labor. Many groups complied with the order, but not all were so quick to pay tribute to their new overlords. Given its proximity to the Texan border, the state of Tamaulipas is home to dozens of criminal organizations whose traffic... balls and shit. Yeah, you can submit a story on Reddit, or you can submit it over letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. What's up, Skrilla? This went from Serial Killer Story to the Cartel documentary. It's true. East through. Speaking of true crime down the street, I found out today that Casey Anthony lives 7 minutes away from you? Really? What's her story again? She drowned her kids and got away with it somehow? How did she get away with it? She drowned 2 of her kids and then just said, I didn't feel like being a mom anymore, so it was sort of like a late term, well, you know the deal. You submitted the haunted house story. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Drowned 1 kid. She killed her toddler and partied. And went and partied. Jesus, dude. And how did she get off? The judge was at the party and he was like, "You're pretty good at this." She lied nonstop about her missing daughter, waited a month to report anything. Oh, that's right. Yeah, didn't she hide the body and shit too or some shit? I don't remember most of this. Her dad was a former cop. Did that get her off? Was it just all locally? He knew somebody? I feel like could only get you so far. It's absolutely disgusting. People say free her because of her looks. Alright, let's find out. We're gonna look this up. What did Casey Anthony do and how did she get off? Casey Anthony became widely known to the disappearance and death of her 2-year-old daughter, Kaylee Anthony, in Orlando, Florida in 2008. Here's a breakdown of the case and trial. What happened? Kaylee's disappearance. Kaylee was last seen alive June 16, 2008. Casey's behavior during 31 days. Kaylee went missing. Casey did not report her disappearance. Instead, Casey was seen partying, shopping, spending time with friends who raised suspicions. Casey told investigators a series of lies, including that a nanny named Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez had kidnapped Kaylee, but no such person existed. Discovery of Kaylee's remains. In December 2008, Kaylee's skeletal remains were found in the wooded area near Anthony family home. A piece of duct tape was found near the skull, leading to speculation about suffocation. The trial. Casey Anthony was charged with first-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, and aggravated manslaughter of a child, along with 4 counts of providing false information to law enforcement. Prosecution's case. The prosecution argued that Casey killed Kaylee by suffocation, likely with duct tape, and hid the body in the trunk of her car before dumping it in the woods. They alleged Casey wanted to live a carefree, party-style life without the responsibility of a child. Evidence included the smell of decomposition in Casey's car, traces of chloroform found in the trunk, and internet searches for terms like chloroform and how to make someone unconscious on the family computer. Jesus. Defense case. Casey's defense, led by Jose Baez, argued that Kaylee's death was an accidental drowning in the family pool. They claimed Casey panicked and that her father, George Anthony, helped cover it up. Baez suggested George had a history of abuse, though no evidence supported this, and that Casey's behavior stemmed from trauma. Wow, so that's what they went with. On July 5th, Casey Anthony was found not guilty of first-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, and aggravated manslaughter of a child. Guilty on 4 counts of providing false information to law enforcement. How did she get off? Reasonable doubt. The prosecution could not definitively prove how Kaylee died or tie Casey directly to the death. What? How? Really? The cause of death was officially listed as homicide by undetermined means. Weak evidence, the forensic evidence like chloroform and decomposition in the car, was contested by the defense as unreliable or exaggerated. No direct link. There was no concrete evidence showing Casey killed Kaylee, and the defense theory's accidental drowning introduced enough doubt. Wow, they just made up a story. Well, I don't know that. I guess I don't know. I have no idea. Jose Baez's defense humanized Casey, portraying her as a victim of her father's alleged abuse. Yeah, they always go backwards in time. It's interesting. She even accused her dad of touching her, and her parents never blamed her. There's one mother who drowned her 5 kids in the bathtub. There's another mom who buckled her kids in the car and drove into a... What, motivates the kid? Do they just, hate their kids out of nowhere? I mean, how old was Kaylee? Crazy. Crazy. What's up, Gabriella? Scott Peterson's case is being redone. He only convicted of circumstantial evidence. Then Amber Frey had to get involved with Gloria out. 2 years old, man. How do defense attorneys live with themselves? I don't know, especially if they do have to lie. I genuinely don't know. I feel like you just have to have some weird obsession with breaking other people's arguments down to the point where there's just no further they can go with it. And then if there's any sort of cast of doubt, that's it. It's over. You won. They're 18, 20, 22 now, and I'd give my life for them. I don't know how or why women do such things. Was she a single mother a young single mother who just wanted nothing to do with her responsibilities of child? Check out the movie Mother's Instinct with Anne Hathaway. It's creepy murder mystery involving kids. Okay. The media totally ignored the other case of a missing woman. Lacey Peterson was pregnant, I believe. Because they don't believe they're lying. They're defending their client, whether it's right or wrong to everyone else. Okay, I guess that's true. You just have to ask your client, okay, what story would you like to go with? How about a drowning story? She was a young single mother. Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, it's because their new boyfriend they want to be with don't want the kids, so they get rid of him. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. I'm just trying to understand it from some sort of evolutionary biology perspective. What, and that makes sense there. They see a new opportunity for procreation in a new circumstance, and the only way they can do that is to rid themselves of the previous. But how could you do that? How could you just turn your brain off to your offspring? You know what I mean? Just say that the old ones are no good or what? I don't know. It's fucking nuts. You're worried about postpartum depression. It does sound like people do really go through that a lot. I guess you just have to like fight through it and figure out how to appropriately treat it and not get addicted to alcohol or anything crazy like that. Given its proximity to the Texan border, the state of Tamaulipas is home to dozens of criminal organizations who traffic in both narcotics and people. Many of these groups pledge fealty to the Los Zetas and began handing over exorbitant sums in taxes, but others seem to view the Zetas as being beneath them and began adopting identical tactics in an attempt to protect their fiefdoms. In the city of San Fernando, gunmen aligned with Gulf Cartel. Yeah, okay, so they're... My bad. I wasn't sure it was like Guzman. In the city of San Fernando, gunmen aligned with the Gulf Cartel ambushed a group of Los Zetas operators and then strung their mutilated bodies from streetlights. The Zetas' response was nothing short of barbaric. On the night of August 22, 2010, a convoy of 73 Central American migrants were passing through Tamaulipas on their way to the United States border. When they reached the outskirts of San Fernando, they found a group of Los Zetas operators had set up a roadblock, and after Damn it. It's like I see the word, and for some reason my mouth is just like... I'm tired. I don't feel like talking anymore. It doesn't matter. You work for me, mouth. And you will suck. Talk. Until I'm done with you. Okay. Wake up! Wake up! When they reached the outskirts of San Fernando, they found a group of Los Zetas operators had set up a roadblock, and after hijacking the migrants' vehicles at gunpoint, the Zetas drove them out to a secluded ranch somewhere nearby. There, the migrants were forced out of their vehicles, marched into a warehouse, and told to kneel against a wall. Then, one by one, they were shot, execution style, in the back of the head. Only one of the 72 migrants survived the execution, when the bullet meant to kill him somehow passed through his jowl without severing any major blood vessels. The survivor then walked nearly 14 miles until he reached a checkpoint manned by Mexican Marines. At first, the authorities had their doubts regarding the veracity of the survivor's story, but after a group of Marines were dispatched to the ranch, they confirmed that the story was true. Authorities then asked the survivor to give them a complete account of his brief time in captivity, and this is what he told them. The 18-year-old Ecuadorian who called himself Luis had traveled from his home country of Honduras and had joined the migrant convoy once he reached Tamaulipas. Following their sudden kidnap, he and his fellow migrants had held overnight in That is kind of crazy. Hormonal changes to the extent that it just makes someone murderous. Like, that's so fucking nuts to me. I wonder if there's like a way to like measure it. I wonder if there's like a way that if a mother is prone, or just maybe all mothers, in the same way that we do like pre-pregnancy care and like pregnancy care or whatever, like during the birth and a little bit after, what if they went and like took blood, like gave, like took blood like maybe once a month or every couple months just to see what their hormones or something were at, to like create some sort of correlation between certain hormone levels and like a mother's like proneness to not just postpartum depression, but like, I don't know, crazy outbursts or doing like crazy shit. Because that might end up being able to, like, treat and prevent any sort of, like, kid murder or anything like that. I don't know. Religion is a big thing, too. Some women feel that they don't want their children to suffer or sin, so they kill them. I feel like that's got to be fucking limited, though, as far as, like, maybe it's often, maybe it is, like, often, like, they normalize it in their head via, like, some religious ideology. I'm on levothyroxine for hypothyroidism, too. Yeah, I heard it helps a lot. I remember my friend took that and, like, lost a ton of weight. Lack of vitamin B complex is also genetically disposed. I did a lot of research on it. Interesting. Because stalking, harassing, threatening to kill a person or their family for no reason has a detrimental effect on hormones. Wait, what are we talking about? I was talking about postpartum depression, not whatever you're talking about. Okay, Joel, me time. Thank you for the lovely stream and the new episode. Oh, you're welcome. Good to see you. Scars, peace out. Have a good night. Following their sudden kidnapped, he and his fellow migrants were held overnight in what appeared to be an abandoned rural house prior to being transported to the ranch in the morning. Then, once they'd been forced inside the warehouse, each migrant was bound and blindfolded before being shoved up against a wall. Luis said a voice started calling out to them, telling them to lie down, be quiet, and not to scream. And that's when the shooting started. Everyone was dead. Luis said he took off of... Once everyone was dead, Luis said that he took off out of the warehouse and then walked all night until he saw a small light in the distance. There, on the outskirts of a small town, he found the roadblock manned by Mexican Marines. When news of the massacre hit headlines across Mexico, President Felipe Calderon... Cauldron. You're talking about Babel, hoping this soon... Oh, wait, what are you talking about? Soon offer a language course for pussy. What are you talking about? I don't know. We're not on the same page, I don't think. Calderon. Felipe Calderon. Liz, what up? You're late as heck. When news of the massacre hit headlines across Mexico, President Felipe Calderon sent his most profound condolences to the families of those affected and said the murders were the result of the war between Los Zetas and the Gulf Cartel. Some speculated that the migrants were targeted because their traffickers were being financed by the Gulf Cartel, and that killing them was the Zetas' way of choking off the cartel's profits, whereas others have suggested that the first San Fernando massacre was merely a dry run for the horrors that would follow. Mexican Federal Highway 101 is the largest and most important transportation system in the state of Tamaulipas. It extends from the border city of Matamoros to the state capital, Ciudad Victoria. Sometimes I kind of like just reading Reddit stories because they're simple and easy. Ciudad Real. Ciudad Victoria. El Camino de la Muerta. Okay. From Crud Butt Academy? What the hell? I went to Crud Butt U. Do you think the cartel talks about a mental health crisis? Like, oh my God, all these cartel members are suffering from a mental health crisis. If only They got better medical treatment. They wouldn't be chopping people's heads off and hanging them off the side of the highway. Cartel just TikToks. Liz, you should go talk to the cartel. You'll be their mental health concierge. I think you could bring peace to the middle South America. It extends from the border city of Matamoros to the state capital, Ciudad Victoria, and around March of 2011, locals began referring to it as El Camino de la Muerte, or the Road of Death. Those who traveled along the highway between 2010 and 2011 used to see burned-out vehicles, shot-up trucks on the side of the road, and dead bodies, often decapitated, that the cartels would leave behind. Others witnessed. Hey, Marma Jams with the 10 Canadian. Hello, handsome. How are you doing? I'm doing good. We're just reading about evil gangs and such. Well, thank you so much for the 10. Very kind. I'm already everyone's mental health professional, yet am the most unstable person emotionally. Why is that? Liz, do you think if you started lifting weights, maybe it would like regulate better or something? You would feel better? Maybe. It might be as simple as that. Lifting weights and getting on the Stairmaster to just like burn a sweat. What if that fixed everything? What if that was all it took? And eating chicken. Others witnessed the Gulf Cartel checkpoints installed from Padilla to... I gotta make sure... Wait, I think I fucked up the... I don't even know what I fucked up. I'm clueless. Weight-bearing exercise. Padilla. You almost vomited after 5 minutes on the Stairmaster? No way, dude. You had it on max settings. It was trying to suck you into it like George Jetson. You gotta work on the fascia, yeah. Best therapists are the ones that have suffered themselves. They understand the person's pain. I guess that's true too. Others witnessed the Gulf Cartel checkpoints installed from Padilla to San Fernando, which served as an early warning system for any Los Zetas incursions into the area. And these incursions were frequent. Cadres of Los Zetas gunmen would sometimes drive into the area, mostly at night, to terrorize just about anyone they came across. They would rob people, kill people, violate their women, and then at one point, Los Zetas started stealing entire busloads of innocents. One driver claimed that after masked gunmen forced him to a stop, 12 of his passengers were pulled off and then forced into a separate vehicle at gunpoint. One witness stated that the gunman would point at a certain passenger, all of whom happened to be young men, and say, You're coming with us. Once the Zetas had taken their prisoners, the bus would then be ordered to leave. This horrifying variety of wholesale, seemingly random kidnapping happened time and time again throughout March of 2011. The families of those taken begged local authorities to act, and almost everyone was aware that Los Zetas were to blame. Not only did authorities have no idea why the Zetas were dragging young men off of buses, they had no idea where they were taking them. Yet just a few weeks later, all of their questions were answered and the conclusions were nothing short of horrifying. On April 6th of 2011, local authorities were informed that a mass grave had been discovered just outside the city of San Fernando. A total of 59 sets of human remains were discovered over the days that followed, many of which belonged to those who had been snatched off the buses in the weeks prior. 2 days later, the Secretary General of Tamaulipas announced the discovery of 13 more bodies, bringing the total body count to 72. But unlike the first San Fernando massacre, which had targeted Central American migrants, the bodies recovered from the mass graves were all belonging to Mexican citizens. On April 10th, 4 additional mass graves were uncovered, and then 2 days after, another set of graves were found, and this process repeated itself until June 7th of 2011, when a final death toll of 193 was announced. The discovery of so many corpses sent shockwaves through Mexican society, and entire news cycles were dedicated to the investigation. But when the truth behind the second San Fernando massacre emerged, it horrified even the most cynical of investigators. On June 11th of 2011, a reporter from the Houston Chronicle named Dane Schiller shared details of an interview he conducted with a supposed Zetas associate. He claimed to know where the kidnappings were... The kidnapped? No. Okay. Yeah, what is the term for kidnapped? What's the term for people that are kidnapped? This is a knock-knock joke. You need to go milk cows and be a trad wife. Maybe you should just go work on a farm, honestly. It sounds like you always kind of bring up like farming and stuff when you come in here. So you could go volunteer on a farm and just kind of get it out of your system. Because who knows, maybe you go there and you like it, or maybe you go there and you don't like it. But if you were to just like marry some rando and go live on a farm and milk cows and not know what you're doing, you're like, oh, I fucking hate this shit. Kidnapping victim, hostage, abductee, missing okay, so there's no the kidnap, okay. Marma Jams with the 10 says, sure nice to be back here listening to your sexy voice. Oh, thank you, Marma. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the 10. Middle-aged napped, yeah. Yeah, not all of them were kids. That's for sure. Penelope, how's comedy going? Are you doing any comedy lately? Any jokey jokes? Just let me get married and pregnant, please, Lord Jesus. First off, I'm not Jesus. Second, I think a lot of people believe in manifestation, right? But manifestation can't happen, and your prayers sometimes can't be answered unless you take time out of your own life to make them happen. So if you really want to end up on a farm, maybe you should just be in proximity to one for a while and see what it's all about. Because I'll be honest with you, farm work is not that fucking fun. Waking up at fucking 4 a.m. to go squeeze some fucking giant herd animals' tits to gather their liquid. It's not all it's cracked up to be. Especially when there's shit everywhere and they kick you in the leg and crush your head. Yeah, cow juicing. Oh, you live in San Francisco. Interesting. That would be a big change. Honestly, San Francisco, I hear, is like not like when you talk about bad cities. I heard that one's not so great, but I haven't been there, so I can't say for sure. Cows will walk themselves to the shed just to need to hook them up. Yeah, they're like, I'm ready for my juicing. My pulsating udders are ready for juicing. Barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. Unfortunately, I have also placed mouse traps all throughout this kitchen. So, welcome to trad life. He claimed to know where the kidnappee... Fuck, I'm dumb. He claimed to know where the kidnapped were being taken, but the truth was, it wasn't Los Zetas that were killing them. They were killing each other. Some said it was Zetas' novel method of recruitment. Others said it was nothing but a sick form of entertainment to the psychopathic cartel members. But after being dragged from their buses and transported to an unknown location, the kidnapped victims were forced into mortal combat with one another. They call it Mexico's next top hitman, the anonymous associate claimed. They give them knives, hammers, machetes, all kinds of things. Then they make them cut each other up to pieces and earn way more money with the Zetas. They give them knives, hammers, machetes, all kinds of things. Then they make them cut each other to pieces. I earn way more money with the Zetas, but I know the kind of evil crap they do. They like to brag about it. The Zetas associate also claimed that on one occasion, one of the unwilling victors of the forced gladiatorial combat completely lost his mind. The young man became completely detached from reality and didn't seem to believe what was happening was real. The Zetas told him he was dreaming, and that in order to wake up, he had to do exactly as they told him. The Zetas then drove the young man towards San Fernando, put a gun in his hand, and then pointed him in the direction of a Gulf Cartel checkpoint. The young man walked forward, raised the pistol, and was immediately gunned down by the waiting sicarios. Sicarios? Jeremiah 18710 with the 5 buccarinos says, is your avatar a Returnal reference? Is that the PS5 game? Returnal. No. It's a very old art from like way back in the day. A Heinlein book cover art, and it was just basically, at the time when I started my channel, I read like science fiction and horror, and I thought this was the perfect mix of science fiction and horror, the sort of iconography, or whatever you want to call it, of a skeleton astronaut man. Would you work in a farm for a week for 20K or be a farmer with a 100K salary? I would work for a week for 20K, but I wouldn't want to live my life as a farmer, honestly. I've seen it. It's too difficult. It's a pain in the ass, and you oftentimes are poor as shit. Put therapists and boarders to give the cartel some sessions. Hey, Shorn, how we doing? I'm doing good, though. Joel Armstrong, yeah. Would you be an Amish lad? I don't think so. They do make good food, but I see that shit too around here, and it's like, they're nice people, but they've got some fucked up shit that happens in their community too, and they sometimes ostracize each other if they want to go off and live normal lives and stuff, and not fucking graduate in 8th grade just to be like baby factories. Do you think Snoop on the Stoop is a good white elephant gift? Yeah, that sounds nice, as long as it's not too expensive for you. How's Dirt Deep? He's good. He's curled up in a ball at my feet. Always got like a blanket down there now that he likes to sleep on. Poop on a Scoop by Dr. Soup. Jeremiah with the 5. You should play Returnal, then sue them for stealing your life. Yeah, exactly. No, honestly, I think in January I have like an artist who's going to try to do new PFP for me and a new background, hopefully. I think it's probably time that I changed it up a little bit. So it should be pretty cool, but still like within the same vein. Is Returnal fun? I heard, is it kind of like a roguelike or something like that? Like you just keep playing it over and over again? Horse and Buggy, I remember being scared of the Amish for a little bit because of that. That's funny, yeah. I mean, they do get in the fucking way. You're going 60 down a road and all of a sudden you like feel like you traveled backwards in time, seeing a fucking dude driving a horse. Like, oh, I'm gonna go to Walmart to get a snack. Be back in 6 days. The Zetas then drove the young man towards San Fernando, put a gun in his hand, and then pointed him in the direction of a Gulf cartel checkpoint. The young man walked forward, raised the pistol, and was immediately gunned down by the waiting sicarios. Another cartel associate who was arrested in Texas around the same period claimed the gladiator fights had been arranged on the order of a high-ranking Zeta lieutenant named Miguel Trevino Morales. Yet he also claimed that not all the participants were unwilling. The Zetas had instituted a policy of forced conscription around San Fernando. Wait, did they change that? San Fernando. Oh my god. The Zetas. Fuck, dude, I did it again. The Zetas had instituted a policy of forced conscription. Constrippers. The Zetas had instituted a policy of forced conscription around San Fernando as a means of weaponizing the Gulf's own support base against them, but they also accepted many volunteers into their ranks during that time. This means that, for all intent and purpose, a terrified, pacifistic kidnap victim could have been forced to fight a highly motivated, highly psychopathic individual who wanted to prove their value to some of the most monstrous men in Mexico. In the aftermath, several Los Zetas lieutenants were apprehended by police, including the mastermind of the original San Fernando massacre. The Mexican Attorney General offered a reward of $15 million for information leading to the capture of those responsible, and the information that flooded in led to the arrest of 82 people thought to be directly and indirectly involved. 16 of those arrested were municipal police officers in San Fernando, and according to investigations, the officers protected Los Zetas and helped them covering up the killings. The fallout proved a massive hit to both the Zeta structure and their strategic capabilities, but wounded animals often prove the most dangerous. The Grupo Royal. Grupo. Oh shit. Los Cabos. Okay, Grupo Royal company runs a chain of casinos, entertainment venues in Monterrey. Mazat. I need to. How the frick? How the frickety frick? How the frickety frank? Mazatlan, Monterrey, Mazatlan, and Los Cabos. All I want for Christmas is a ukulele, so I can sing in a little raspy voice like those girls on TikTok. All I want for Christmas is an avocado toast. Okay. The Grupo Royal company runs a chain of casinos and entertainment venues in Monterrey, Fuck. My memory is so bad. Holy crack. Fried eggs and bacon. Mazatlan. Okay, Mazatlan. The Grupo Royal company runs a chain of casinos and entertainment venues in Monterrey, Mazatlan, and Los Cabos. And during the late summer of 2011, a group of armed Los Zetas men marched into the company's Monterrey casino and demanded a percentage of the monthly profits. The casino's manager told the men that they couldn't afford to pay protection money to Los Zetas, as they already made a sizable monthly contribution to representatives from another organization, most likely the Gulf Cartel. The manager advised that if they wanted to share of the protection money the casino paid, they should speak to the cartel. but the Zetas preferred action over dialogue. And just before 2 p.m. on August 25th of 2011, 12 Zetas operatives met for lunch at a restaurant on Gonzalitos Avenue, just a few blocks away from the Monterrey Casino. Over a few plates of cabrito, a regional specialty which involves charbroiling the entire unbutchered carcass of a goat, the operatives went over their plan and then got to work. About an hour later, the Zetas operatives were spotted at a gas station in neighboring Valle Verde, filing... Valle... Valle. You're going to the gym tomorrow after 2 weeks. Nice. Well, be careful. Definitely ease into it so you don't get hurt. What does someone always got to talk about? Break your fast foods. Oh man, I love food. Food is so cool. It's like the only cool thing on earth. Oh shit. Here, 1 second. I'm gonna go take my... I didn't take my, magnesium, so I'll be right back. Oh shit in my mouth. Here we go. Alright, I'm back, baby. We're Gucci. We're Malucci. What's up, Kelly? My code for antipsychotics. I'm losing my freaking mind. The voices are getting funnier. Do I eat chewables? Just Flintstones vitamins. But they're Flintstones suppositories. It's kind of crazy they make those. What the hell's all that about? An hour later, the Zetas operatives were spotted at a gas station in the neighborhood. Motherfucker, dude, my brain is so fucking fried for no reason. In the neighborhood of Valle Verde. About an hour later, the Zetas operators were spotted at a gas station in the neighborhood of Valle Verde, filling cans with gasoline. The station clerk said that they drove off without paying, but was too frightened to call the police. 50 minutes later, a convoy of 4 vehicles pulled into the parking lot of the Monterey Casino, and the 9 heavily armed Zetas operatives stormed its front entrance. In the aftermath, some survivors claimed that after forcing their way into the casino, the Zetas did not target any of its occupants, and instead fired their weapons into the air in order to gain everyone's attention. The operatives then ordered everyone out of the casino before dousing the place with gasoline and setting it ablaze. However, not all the casino's visitors understood what was going on. Upon hearing the gunmen announce themselves as representatives of Los Zetas, a huge proportion of the casino's occupants assumed a massacre was about to take place. They didn't wait around to hear what else the gunmen had to say. They simply ran off to find emergency exits or suitable hiding places. It's believable around 150 people attempted to secrete. We'll just say hide. Bears. You can put a little bear in a fridge and it will grow gigantic. You took SSRIs and gained weight. I'm not. I had no redeeming features other than being... Gain 10 grams is under choice, but... Yeah, I'm not a big fan of, like, all that kind of stuff. I'm definitely much more inclined to tell people to just go fucking exercise and see how you feel. And then if it still sucks, after, exercising pretty consistently for a year, then maybe talk to your doctor if that's really necessary. 150 people attempted. It's believed that around 150 people attempted to hide themselves throughout the casino complex, but when they realized the Zetas had merely set the place on fire before withdrawing, panic surged and the people stampeded. Around 100 of them made it out alive, but at Monterey's fire department, around 100 of them, man, I'm so fucking tongue-twistered. Didn't realize it was a pro-boof stream. I'm pro-boofing, but only with Flintstone vitamins. That's it. What's up, C? How you doing, dude? Alright. We have absolute proof that SSRIs have zero measurable impact on depression. I remember hearing something more recently that, like, there was a... Well, actually, I don't know. Let me... Before I say something not so good. Was there a study that showed SSRIs as primarily placebo effect or no direct connection between curing depression? Question mark. There have been studies and debates regarding the efficacy of SSRIs treating depression, with some research suggesting that their effectiveness might be partially attributable to placebo effects, partially in cases of mild to moderate depression. However, the relationship between SSRIs and their ability to treat depression is complex nuance. Meta-analysis on placebo effect. In 2008, meta-analysis by Irving Kirsch and colleagues reviewed clinical trials of antidepressants submitted to the FDA. It found that for mild to moderate depression, the difference in improvement between SSRIs and placebos was small and not clinically significant. Interesting. For severe depression, SSRIs showed more substantial benefit over placebo, suggesting that their efficacy may be more pronounced in these cases. Biological mechanism uncertainty. The exact mechanism by which SSRIs alleviate depressive symptoms is not fully understood, which I find really interesting. Like, they don't fully understand it, but they're like, here you go. Good fucking luck. Hope you don't shoot a shoot someone. The revealing theory involves increasing serotonin levels in the brain, but this has been questioned. Depression is now thought to involve a combination of biological, psychological, and environmental factors, making it unlikely that serotonin alone explains its cause or cure. 3. Criticism of placebo hypothesis. Some argue that dismissing SSRIs as placebo undermines their real-world benefits for many patients. For people with severe depression, SSRIs have consistently shown significant improvements compared to placebo. Long-term studies indicate that while SSRIs may not cure depression, they can help manage symptoms and reduce relapse rates when combined with psychotherapy and lifestyle interventions. SSRIs are not a one-size-fits. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like how the fucking doctors just kind of sort of do guesswork whenever they want to prescribe this kind of stuff. What's the efficacy of SSRIs versus exercise? I love drugs. Jet skiing is what cured depression. Yeah, that's all it took. Studies show that regular aerobic or resistance exercise can significantly reduce symptoms of mild to moderate depression. A 2016 meta-analysis found exercise to be as effective as antidepressants in some cases, especially when the patient adheres to a consistent routine. Boom. I like that. Do I like Baraska? Yeah, dude. Did what's his name ever make Baraska 2? I recorded all that shit for him, and then I don't think he ever released it. SSRIs are often prescribed for mild to moderate, though benefit. These cases may not seemingly exceed those of placebo, as indicated by some severe diagnosis for severe depression. SSRIs generally outperform exercise in clinical studies. They provide measurable relief by addressing the neurochemical imbalance associated with more severe depressive states. While exercise is beneficial as an adjunct treatment, it may not be sufficient as a standalone therapy for severe depression. Combination therapy, relapse prevention. Exercise has been shown to be effective in maintaining remission and preventing relapse in people recovering from depression, making it an excellent long-term strategy. SSRIs are also effective in preventing relapse, but the typical require continued use, and miscontinuation can sometimes lead to withdrawal symptoms and relapse. What are the side effects of SSRIs? Because this would be the big one for me, determining whether or not someone should ever get on them, especially in the mild to moderate cases. All right. Often mild and tend to diminish the body's adjustments to medication, gastrointestinal symptoms, nausea, diarrhea, constipation, upset stomach, central nervous systems, headaches, insomnia, dizziness, fatigue, sexual dysfunction, reduced libido, difficulty achieving orgasm, erectile dysfunction, or delayed ejaculation in men. Weight changes, weight gain, more common with prolonged use. Weight loss, less common, often during the initial use. Increased anxiety or agitation may worsen initially, but usually improve over time. Less common side effects: dry mouth, sweating, blurred vision, bruxism, teeth grinding often at night, tremors, appetite changes, increased or decreased appetite. Rare but serious side effects: confusion, rapid heart rate, high blood pressure, fever, muscle rigidity, seizures, increased risk of bleeding, hyponatremia, which is low sodium levels, confusion, headaches, and seizures, suicidal thoughts, which I always thought was interesting. It's you're taking the thing to prevent that, and you're just making it worse. Mania or hypomania, discontinuation syndrome, withdrawals, brain zaps, electric shock-like sensations, fatigue. Jesus fuck, dude. Emotional blunt. Yeah, the emotional blunting is the weirdest thing, when you can see people who have been on it for long term, and you I remember having patients who just would stare at you. They would just sit and stare at you, kind of they might stab you in the neck or something, but you just kind of knew that they were on these things for long periods of time, because it just seemed like their brain was completely fucking gone, or who they were in some weird way. Persistent sexual dysfunction. Yeah, fuck that shit, dude. I don't know. It's scary. SSRIs impact your perception of position with intra-social hierarchies. Yeah, because they make you think you're a god and you can fly. Hell yeah. I started to get so much anxiety and paranoia during withdrawals. Yeah, trying to come off of it, I imagine. Were you able to get off of it? Did you have to just how'd the poll turn out? Good question. Let's end it right now. We can check. Looks like people prefer psychological thrillers to slasher horror movies, 73%, with 484 votes. That's pretty solid. Honestly, I definitely lean in the direction of psychological just because it's, more fun to, like, think. In the same way I just, like, enjoy new ideas. Like, you can only see so much, like, blood and guts. Like, obviously, movies like Terrifier and whatnot can, like, find a pretty good cult following because they haven't really seen, I guess, blood and guts in a while as far as popularity goes. But I got brain zaps, it was horrible, but libido is important. Doctors act like that's no big thing. Yeah, they don't want you banging, sadly. They could care less. Joel, you are a classic INFJ. Cool. I don't know what that means, but whatever helps you categorize me in the animal kingdom, I'm cool with that. It stands for incredibly not fun Jagger muffin, which is like some type of mole rat or whatever, I don't know. You made fried rice today? Nice. Was there eggs in it? Your libido needs to be subdued, to be honest. I don't care. Oh, yeah. Jagger muffin? I don't know. That's what INFJ stands for. It's a personality thing, or like some type of genome. It's believed around 150 people attempted to hide themselves throughout the casino complex, but when they realized the Zetas had merely set the place on fire before withdrawing, panic surged and the people stampeded. Around 100 of them made it out alive, but as the Monterey Fire Department doused the flames and began attempting to rescue those trapped inside, they discovered 52 asphyxiated corpses strewn all over the building. Following a brief investigation, the firefighters announced that the casino's emergency exits had been locked at the time of the raid, suggesting not only inside involvement, but also that the Zetas did indeed intend to inflict civilian casualties. In the span of just 190 seconds, the Zetas had inflicted a major blow to the Gulf Cartel's funding, as well as dooming 52 innocent people to death. Although the war between Los Zetas and the Gulf Cartel had been waging for months, the Monterey Casino attack was the first time the conflict drew the attention of the international media. U.S. President at the time Barack Obama called the attack brutal and reprehensible, while Secretary General Ban Ki-moon called it a deplorable act of violence. Global human rights charity Amnesty International demanded a detailed investigation of the incident and declared their solidarity with the families of the victims. The situation in Tamaulipas had become a source of immense embarrassment for the Mexican government, both internationally and domestically, and so to reestablish trust between the state and the people they were bound to serve, President Calderon Where the hell am I? Who am I? Was this even real? Makes you want to go on a Mexican adventure. To stop the cartel. Isn't it kind of weird that, like, maybe in the Marvel world, the cartel doesn't exist, but how come they never showed, like, the Marvel world going and just, like where's the Hulk? Why doesn't the Hulk just go into, like, ISIS and destroy all of it or something, you know? I don't know, I feel like the superheroes are kind of, like, oblivious to, like, everything and don't really do much other than fight each other. Was Dora the Explorer Mexican? I don't know, honestly. She might have been. Yeah, the Hulk goes there to negotiate. Dialectical behavior therapy is best bet for fighting off depression and those intrusive thoughts. Dialectical behavior therapy. What is that? CBT, cock and ball torture. That's probably the best thing. Whenever you get sad, just give them a squish. You'll be thankful when it stops. Global human rights charity Amnesty International decided. Computora. Global human rights charity Amnesty International demanded a detailed investigation and declared. Wait, where am I at? I think that's where I'm at. Global human rights charity Amnesty International demanded a detailed investigation of the incident and declared their solidarity with the families of the victims. The situation in Tamaulipas has become a source of immense embarrassment for the Mexican government, both internationally and domestically. So to reestablish trust between the state and the people they were bound to serve, President Calderon ordered a surge in regional counter-narcotics operations. In May of 2011, a battalion-sized task force of around 650 men, comprised mostly of Mexican Marines and Special Forces, were sent to Tamaulipas to combat the drug cartels. The task force was supported by police, military reservists, and civilian volunteers, and focused not only on physically combating Zetas and cartel gunmen, but also winning the hearts and minds of local civilians by providing them with health care, reconstruction services, and even free haircuts. Yet the one thing holding the project back was the one institution whose job it was to advance their cause. Police corruption in Tamaulipas was so endemic that in November of 2011, the municipal governor essentially suspended the entire force and allowed the Mexican Marine Corps to step in and enforce the law. Only then could they clean up operation. We miss what? And that's a great way. What is it? That would be easy to. And that's a great way to scramble your brains better than ayahuasca. DBT is actually therapy where you try and see a moment via touching the grass or understanding what your body is feeling, like just trying to be in the moment, really. Oh, okay, yeah. Sometimes I do that when you're outside and you're like, holy fuck, how old am I? What year is this? And you're just kind of like touching shit. You're like, okay, that's a tree. You just do DMT and speedrun the nasty ayahuasca purging. Interesting. And you smoke DMT or what is that? Highly curious and imaginative Jagger Muffin. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Try to stay curious. It's not too curious, like Curious George when he peeked under that girl's flannel skirt. Oh, no, it was a Scottish man with a bagpipe. Ugh, yuck. Didn't like what I saw under there. No undies. Only then could the cleanup operation in Tamaulipas really gain any traction. But once it did, the Zetas' downfall was inevitable. By the beginning of 2012, Los Zetas were no longer the same elite fighting force that had gone to war with the Gulf Cartel 2 years earlier. The quality of their leadership, manpower, and equipment had been seriously degraded, not only by the resistance of the cartels and their allies, but also by the continual operations of the Mexican Marines. Throughout 2012, the Marines constructed 4 additional operational bases in the state of Tamaulipas, and they brought the hammer down on Los Zetas wherever they found them. On October 9th, the Mexican Navy confirmed that the Zetas Supreme Commander, Heriberto Lascano, had been... Heriberto. I don't even know if I'm saying that shit right, brother. I don't even know if I'm saying that shit right, brother. I don't even know if I'm saying that shit right, brother. Yeah. Roberto Lascano. Jules' vibes are so chill. Chilly, the chilliest, because it's chilly outside. Because it's winter. This concludes the history of Mexico. Actually, though, dude, like, what the fuck is going on down there, bro? Like, why does it never get better. Ever. It never gets better. Like, nobody takes a second and they're like, maybe I shouldn't cut that guy's scalp off and tattoo my face. I don't know. It's just like, can everyone just calm down? I know it's hot. I know it's hot out. Honestly, that's what Mexico needs, bro. They need winter. That's what they need. They need a nice period of time where it's just really cold outside and they're just like, they've got seasonal affective disorder that they can't even be bothered with decapitations and hostage taking today. It's too cold. Would you rather live in North Korea or Mexico and be a cartel member? Well, definitely Mexico and cartel member, because North Korea, if you were like a thing there, you would just, I don't know, their government honestly scares me more than the cartels, because their government's like, it's like robotic, you know? It's like like sort of insectoid sort of response to like anything bad you do. Oh, you walked into the country with a fucking coke thing? That's from the infidels. Time to, never see your family again for the next 9 generations. They're dead too. Whereas at least being a cartel member, I feel like I would be like a really nice cartel member. Like I wouldn't want to like have to kidnap you, but I mean like it's just part of my job, Just like, listen, I'll let you say a prayer, but your family didn't pay Your family didn't pay. What am I supposed to do? What do you want from me? Would you rather be an elite member society in North Korea with power or a citizen in Mexico who lives in fear of the cartel but you have fear? Probably then. Honestly, I would not mind being Kim Jong-un himself. Well, honestly, no. If it was elite member below Kim Jong-un, that wouldn't be great because it sounds like he kills off a lot of his subservience often. Yeah, I would give you guys a churro like right before I snipped off your face or put you in like an acid tub. If I was your cartel member, I'd be like super, super chill about it. I'd be giving like Ronaldo vibes. See the video of the 2 gay guys that got lost in a cost by cartel? I think I did see that. They got away though, right? Like they let them go. They were just, or were the cartel pulling a prank? Your therapist taught you had antisocial personality disorder. Why though? Why do therapists always got to be saying shit? They always got to be putting ideas in our head, Do you ever think that? Maybe it's not that. Maybe they just didn't have any words and they were just like, here's a series of words strung together. I hope it means something to you. Goodbye. Pay me. On October 9th, the Mexican Navy confirmed that the Zetas Supreme Commander Gilberto Lascano... Fucking shit. Gilberto Lascano. On October 9th, the Mexican Navy confirmed that Zetas Supreme Commander Gilberto Lascano had been killed in a firefight with Mexican Marines near the Texan border. Lascano had the call sign Zeta 3, meaning he was one of the group's founding members, and his death was a huge blow to the organization's morale as well as its effectiveness. The following year, a member of other Zeta lieutenants was apprehended or killed, and several of their armories were captured by the Marines. By the end of 2014, International Crisis Group researcher Daniel Herring stated that Los Zetas were on their way out. The old networks had been disrupted and the Zetas had splintered, Herring said. They're now a series of smaller factions with the primary competitors for being... Oh my god. Neurodivergent. Honestly, I'm like perfectly neuro. I haven't stepped off the neuro path once in my life. Like if there's a yellow brick road, bro, I am right on that. I am a yellow brick neuro dude. My brain is like so perfectly straight. Nothing I think or do ever is bad or strange or odd. Like psychologists look at me and they're like, that guy doesn't need a single medication. My mind is blown. Holy shit. I want to give him something, but it's a, you know, maybe I get a kickback, but I just can't. I can't justify it. This guy's perfect. He's a perfect little soldier. I only have short-term memory loss when it comes to Mexican town names. I think it was because I may have been captured by the cartel at some point. I'm trying to block out most of that entire country. They were in awe of my tism. Sometimes I wish therapy speak would have stayed with the professionals. Everyone wants to diagnose everything everyone does. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Sometimes I think you give people words and then it's like you're shooting a gun, but it's like Splatoon, you know, you're splatooning all of the like the nice, beautiful like white landscapes with just like various blops of splooge and colors, and because you're just trying to like label everything you can to help make sense of it and like brighten it up or something in your head, when in reality like none of it really needs to be covered in splooge at all. It just needs to be as it is, as such, and as ever will be. Avocados, for God's sakes. As honestly, whenever we should have sent in the Navy SEALs to put a stop to the cartels, once avocado prices went up, that was the last straw. Joe Biden himself was going in there. It's weird though. I definitely feel like I saw a jump in that Western vernacular. This, like you said, the psychologization of the Western vernacular. It like as soon as TikTok came on the scene, it was just like everyone was getting labeled with some shit. I mean, you saw it in like Twitter and Tumblr and all that kind of stuff in very niche communities, but I don't know what it is about fucking TikTok, but man, they love to send you down a fucking long rabbit hole of like self-diagnoses and armchair psychologist bullshit. And the weirdest thing is that like, you know, some people call each other like armchair psychologists, but I would even say like most psychologists in all of their quote-unquote professionalism, I don't know, feel like fucking borderline pseudoscience to me anyways. Just like, I don't know, because everyone's going to be lazy, but everyone wants an answer. They want something. So you're just going to like tell, yeah, you got poo pee pee. I don't know. You got BBC. I don't know what else to tell you. You got BBC and here's a bottle of purple Nurple. Eat 8 of these every night and it should get rid of the BBC in your ass. Here's some suppository Flintstone vitamins. Good fucking luck. The old networks have been disrupted, and the Zetas have splintered, Herring said. They're now a series of smaller factions, with the primary competitors for power being the Hell Squadron, the old-school Zetas, and the Cartel de Noresta. The rise of Los Zetas may well have been followed by their abrupt downfall, but their influence on the Mexico narco culture has been indelible. Back in the 90s, the cartels hadn't yet stopped the kind of savagery they engaged in today, stooped to. Doctor, I think I have BBC. Would you like to see it? All right, whip it out. Let's take a peek. Hold on, let me get my measuring tape. Oop. I almost thought it didn't quite live up to the size. Let's get it a little bit bigger. Nurse, get him excited. I need to see this. Back in the 90s, the cartels hadn't yet stooped to that kind of savagery that they engage in today. Instead, they used what could be referred to as codes of murder. For example, a bullet through the back of the head marked the dead man as a traitor, while a bullet through the temple made it clear that they'd been executed by a rival gang or cartel. Many believe that the first incident of cartel barbarism occurred on September of 2006, when sicarios of La Familia Michoacana, Michoacana, call them narcos instead of narcissists. Narco. You gotta say it like that too. El narco. Send the patient to the BET. Sir, I sentence you to watch BET for 9 years straight at your local barbershop while you wait for a haircut because you didn't set up an appointment. Many believe that the first incident of cartel barbarism occurred in September of 2006 when sicarios of La Familia Michoacana. Oh my god, bro, how do I forget it? Michoacana. No more gang shaming. Yeah. You're right. If they want to burn a whole school bus full of kids, who am I to say that that's out of line? It's part of their culture. It's who they are. You're absolutely right. If they want to cut out hearts and sacrifice it to the sun god, whatever. Let's chill. Michoacana. Many believe that the first incident of cartel barbarism occurred in September of 2006 when sicarios of La Familia Michoacana threw several severed heads onto the dance floor of a Michoacana nightclub. But in reality, this incident was merely the first that received international attention, and the practice of beheading one's enemies was introduced many years earlier. As we've already discussed, the Zetas spent their first few years recruiting only former and serving Special Forces operators, but recruitment was not confined to those of Mexican birth, and as Los Zetas extended their reach into Guatemala in the late 90s, they found rich pickings among a group known as the Cabo. Oh my god, another group? There's too many groups. There's too many cartel, murderous South American groups. We need to narrow that down. We need to make like 2 or 3 tops. We're going to do a vote in Congress to limit the number of gangs in the streets to just like not even 5. Caibiles. Los Caibiles. But recruitment was not confined to those of Mexican birth, and as Los Zetas extended their reach into Guatemala in the late 90s, they found rich pickings among a group known as Los Caibiles. The Caibiles are Guatemala's equivalent of the Green Beret. They specialize in counterinsurgency operations and jungle warfare tactics and endure training which pushes recruits to mental and physical extremes. Those who earn the right to sleep are permitted to do so for only 3 hours, and before recruits are permitted to eat, they must run 2 miles in 8 minutes or less while wearing full combat gear. Recruits are then given exactly 30 seconds to eat before their food trays are taken away from them. During the final stages of training, recruits are flown deep into the jungle in the middle of the night, forced out of the helicopter wearing nothing but their underwear, and then given 24 hours to find their way back to base. Those that fail are forced to repeat the exercise over and over again until they either succeed or quit. But the Caibiles aren't just famous for their rigorous style of training. They're also famous for near limitless cruelty. Although the practice has since been banned among its recruits, an old ritual of the Caibiles was to give the recruits a chicken to take care of throughout their 8-week training schedule. These chickens were kept in a coop not far from the recruits' barracks, who were charged with feeding them, cleaning their coop, and most importantly, naming them. Towards the end of their training, the recruits were told to go out to the coop and collect their beloved chickens for inspection, and then one by one, the recruits were told to take tight hold of their feathered friends and bite their heads off. The chickens are then fed to the recruits as their first fresh meat in almost 2 months. As you can imagine, this kind of training breeds soldiers capable of unspeakable shit. See, this is what the Marines need. This is what the Coast Guard should be doing. Chicken head biting offing. Except they take care of their chickens for years before they bite the head off. You heard Trumpo is going after the cartels, Delta Special Forces type stuff. I have no idea, honestly. Honestly, I at this point when it comes to politicians, I think it's only talk until you see something actually occur. I mean, it really would be nice to like see some sort of wrangling up of and controlling of the cartel members, because I mean we have the military to do so, and if they love to like I don't know, have operations all through fucking the Middle East, why not just train them and, you know, train all the soldiers down there anyways? But maybe we don't need all that. I don't know. Need to do something, but at the same time I'm so used to nothing ever getting done because there's some sort of motivation external from them that's like continuing, you know, keeping it going. That, I mean, you have to wonder why sometimes like the politicians are just so comfortable with like mass migration and like the fucking coyotes who, like in the stories, who just like take advantage of the people coming up, because it's not like it's just easy for those people to come across and get a good life. It's like on their way over they get raped and sold into all sorts of terrible situations and killed and kidnapped, and yeah, it's just, but it seems that nobody really cares, or they sit there and frame it as some type of fucking moral high ground thing or something. But if they don't have to see it, they don't give a fuck. And I don't imagine that things will change with a new administration, because it never fucking changes. And it didn't change before. It's just, you know, he was in office before. You can't really expect it to change then. Do you know how bad human trafficking is in San Diego alone? We have some hundreds of thousands. It's crazy. Honestly, I guess all you would have to, well, not all you would have to do, I'm not saying I know the solution, but yeah, you would have to find the fucking Hydra and cut its head off somewhere. Or maybe not the Hydra. What am I thinking of? Find the snake and cut its head off? I don't fucking know. Maybe Medusa's head? Maybe you have to find Medusa's head? I don't know. Find somebody's head and just cut it the fuck off. Alright? Let's get it done. As you can imagine, this kind of training breeds soldiers capable of unspeakable acts of cold-blooded savagery, but that's exactly what their recruiters were looking for. The Guatemalan Cabo... I forgot to say this one. Cabiles. In San Francisco, we eat people who call it San Fran. What about Frisco? I've heard people call it Frisco, and to me, I've it just seems like a weird thing to call it. Or is that, like, I can't imagine. Yeah, don't call it Frisco. The Yay area. I do hear people say that too when they try to describe it, like, I'm from the Bay Area. The Barria. The Guatemalan Cabiles brought many of their traditions to the Zetas, but one of them was ritual beheading. Having cut their teeth during the Guatemalan Civil War, the Kabyles struck fear into the hearts of their enemies by displaying the decapitated heads of those they'd killed on operations. However, these heads wouldn't be displayed as trophies back at their base. They'd be strewn over some prominent landmark in their enemy's heartland, as a warning. Being in the business of brutal intimidation, the Zetas adopted the Kabyles tactics, and from early 2000s onward, grisly executions such as beheading, flaying, or immolation became more and more commonplace. Every other cartel in Mexico was forced to adopt similar tactics in order to keep up with the Zetas' meteoric rise to power, such as the Jalisco New Generation cartel, who, in September of 2011, dumped over 30 bodies on a busy avenue in the state of Veracruz. What we are seeing in Mexico is a process of paramilitarization, in which different groups seek to wipe out their rivals, said Mexican organized crime expert Edgardo Bushia. Jalisco. Oh, it's Jalisco. Jalisco New Generation Cartel, who in September 2011 dumped over 30 bodies on a busy avenue in the state of Veracruz. What we're seeing in Mexico is a process of paramilitarization in which different groups seek to wipe out their rivals with the Mexican organized crime. Eduardo Buscalia, shortly after Veracruz bodies. What is it? Just pretend like I'm a newborn baby in Mexico, and I am learning all the words. Just pretend that in your head. Think that in your head. Alright, we're going back. But first we gotta see how to say this guy's name. A really important name. Really, really important name. Gotta hear it, gotta know about it. Fuck, we don't have it. It's not listed. It doesn't exist. It's made up. This whole story's made up. Mexico is not real. Buscal... Wait. The hard R, like skate. Buscalia. Does that sound right? Buscalia. Okay. Canada, United States, Mexico. Come. The Come Alliance. Every other cartel in Mexico was forced to adopt similar tactics in order to keep up with the Zetas' meteoric rise to power, such as the Jalisco New Generation cartel, who in September of 2011 dumped over 30 bodies on a busy avenue in the state of Veracruz. What we are seeing in Mexico is a process of paramilitarization in which different groups seek to wipe out their rivals, said Mexican organized crime expert Eduardo Buscalia. Okay. Eduardo Buscalia, shortly after the Veracruz bodies were discovered. But without a shadow of a doubt, the organization which started this process of militarization was Los Zetas. What the story of the Los Zetas comes down to is that over the course of a decade, 13 disgruntled Special Forces soldiers rose to become the second most powerful narcotics traffickers in North America. They applied their elite martial mentality to the most lucrative black market on the face of the earth, and in doing so, made the world a considerably more frightening place. Yet the original 13 Zetas didn't just become multi-millionaires by killing hundreds, if not thousands of people. They made an indelible mark on contemporary culture. From the beheading of Danny Trejo's character in Breaking Bad to the fully militarized cartel enemies in the latest Call of Duty games, the Zetas had made their mark on society and changed the geopolitical landscape of the United States border territories. Fuck. Camaraderie. And changed the geopolitical landscape of the United States border territories forever. Machete. Have you guys seen the Machete movies? They're actually really good. Machete. Where is Danny Trejo? Where the hell's Danny Trejo? Hey, man. Did you ever see that, like, one picture of Danny Trejo that's, like, super burnt out and, like, mega 4K HD of just, like, his face? I don't know why. It just, like, looks so funny because it's just, like, all of, like, the acne scars and, like, just wrinkles and just everything, like, sunburnt aspects of his face are just, like, amplified to the fullest extreme. It's so bad. But he's pretty baller. Is he still alive, I hope? Danny Trejo. I'm a tough guy. I'm the toughest guy. But I'm also super sweet. Because it's me, Danny. He's 80 years old. Bro, he's 80 motherfucking years old, dude. Holy shit. That's crazy, bro. That's insane. 80 goddamn years old. Impressive. He's staying active. Dude, Obama? Danny Trejo was one of my favorite actors back in... You've probably seen the movie Machete. Machete. I feel like you would say it like that. You've probably seen the movie Machete, where my fellow Mexican-American friends were represented in a poor light. Made him look bad. Dusk till dawn. That was a good one. Michelle. I don't even know what Michelle Obama sounds like. Hey, yo, Obama. Let's fucking go. We're gonna be late for Smile 2. They're going to see Smile 2 together. All right, Michelle. Don't forget to get the popcorn and cherry Coke. Gotta have my cherry Coke. I know you love your cherry Coke. All right, let's read the outro. I don't know why. Yeah, anyways. Invictus. They're saying everything went too woke, too inclusive. I don't know about all that, but I'll tell you one thing. Better get my cherry Coke. All right, guys, think of something funny to say at the end of this video. Something that will be remembered forever, immortalized in the history of YouTube, the most culturally significant piece of media dissemination propaganda machine to ever be witnessed. Did you guys know that every YouTube video that you see is actually directly funded by Mossad? Did you know that? There's not a single word that any YouTuber ever says that's not specifically state-ran propaganda, including myself. Everything you've heard tonight is just it was all previously written for me to say. So, just a little bit of truth telling tonight. A tell-all, as they say. The wall is just a bunch of atoms, man. Oh, yeah, we'll do this first. Okay, you think of something funny. Hey, friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday night at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe you might hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located... And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, in Pakistan, that's not right. Someone left a rant thing on the Reddit or whatever saying that in Pakistan they don't have Spotify or something. So they don't have my podcast on Spotify to listen to. They're like, I can listen to it on Apple Podcasts, but I can't listen to it on Spotify. And I was kind of confused why. Pakistan would just block only Spotify. Maybe because the king there or something didn't they didn't like his Spotify Wrapped, so he's like, ban Spotify, ban it, get rid of it right now. I hate it. Keep away from the fentanyl. Wait. Oh, there it is. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, my podcast is banned in Pakistan. They banned TikTok too. Is there a king of Pakistan in my dimension? There is, yes. I used to be him, but I had to leave, and that's why my podcast is now banned over there. They can't have anything to remind me of their good king. I was the good king over there. They call me Halaf if Duf Nif Narf, which is Pakistani, or Urdu for the hot, cool, sexy, just badass king. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. You guys rock. You guys roll, too. I'm going to get this up and edited over on Patreon. Yeah, that's Urdu for Doink Daddy. I'm going to get this up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there. There is also bonus content, new bonus content out both for people on YouTube, members. Oh, yeah. I always forget. I always forgore. I have to give you guys a gift for being so kind. But yeah, bonus content for members of the channel, but also the $5 tier on Patreon over there. Patreon sometimes a little bit better because then you get the early access with the audio and stuff. But yeah. Anyways, check that out. Let me know what you think. Be sure to leave a comment on the new stuff. So you can let me know if you like it or not and what you think it could use. But yeah, te amo, Taco Bell. Welcome Momochi, Frank Rizzo, Copper, Indio, and J34 Ever in Young Hollywood to the Buttersock Call. You guys now have access to bonus content. Is there a Cop 2? There is. Cop 2's Volume 2 is done. Sam sent that to me, so we'll be recording that at some point here in the future when I get a free weekend. But yeah, be sure to follow me. Be sure to hit that notification bell on YouTube so you know when I'm going live. But also follow me on Instagram at letsread.official. In case you don't get the notification, you can check my story over there around this, times I stream on Sundays and Wednesdays and see if I'm live and know to head over here. Or you could just check YouTube if you're bored. But anyways, love you guys. Appreciate you. You all rock. You've been very kind to each other and to me. So thank you for that. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.